3, go.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Nursing Spring 2024 Education Workshop. Next slide. For today's workshop, just reminding everyone that we are recording this session, and it will be available in about a week on YouTube for those who are not able to attend. If you have any questions throughout the workshop today, please email those directly to education@nursing.ohio.gov. My name is Lisa Emmerich. I'm Program Manager for Education and Practice for the Ohio Board of Nursing. Today, I'm going to give you a little bit of information up front. I'm going to go over the agenda, talk with you a little bit about the board's mission, vision, and values, give you some updates on NCLEX pass rates, and I've also been asked to provide some information into how to differentiate law from rules and where to locate those. So our agenda for today, you're of course hearing from me now. Then we will transition into licensure and hear from both our licensure manager as well as our communications officer. Then our legislative liaison for the board will give you a some legislative information that may be of interest. Then we'll go into compliance and those types of compliance matters that applicants, we may see in applicants. And then we'll go into practice, in practice resources and where to locate information on the website, and then go into education, where our education regulatory surveyors will cover the survey visit and different information regarding the education unit. If you all have not seen this yet, this is the board's new guide for its mission, vision, and values. The board adopted this in early 2023. And it addresses the primary pillars of the board's work, which includes education, practice, licensure, compliance, and legislation. And then it continues with the values, the core values that get us there. So an update on the Ohio's NCLEX first-time pass rates. As we have published in the past, we published this in March of this year, the 2023 calendar year pass rates for RN programs, that was 86.73%. And the 95% of the national average for first-time test takers in 2023 was 84.13%. So Ohio's programs exceeded the 95% of the national average. For PN programs, calendar year 2023 was 80.38%. Then 95% of the national average for 2023 was 82.34%. I did look at the end of last week, in preparing the slides, I did look at year to May the 29th, and the RN pass rate for this year, January to May the 29th, for RN programs, it was 91.53%, and that's with just a little over 3,000 candidates. And then for the PN programs, their January or year to May 29th, 2024 pass rates was 83.20%, and that's with 1,393 first-time test candidates. I do have just some updated numbers, though. I looked again yesterday to see what, just to get a more up-to-date information about what the pass rates are, as well as to look at the national average for the same period. So year to June the 5th of 2024, RN programs were at a 91.61% pass rate. The national average, and this is again the national average, not a percentage of the national average, but the national average was 93.37%. So Ohio's right now is 91.61, and the national average is 93.37, and that's with 3,514 candidates. So the same information for the PN programs, year to June the 5th, 2024, the NCLEX pass rate remained at 83.20%, and that's with a few more candidates. That's with 1,446 test candidates. And the national average, again, the national average for the same period of time is 89.68%. So Ohio PN programs are at 83.20, with the national average for the same period of time is 89.68%. Again, I've been asked to provide some very foundational information about Ohio nursing law and rules. So the Ohio Revised Code, also using the acronym ORC, we look to Chapter 4723 or that's a period, Ohio Revised Code. It is also called the Nurse Practice Act. The Ohio Revised Code is also statute. It's law passed by the Ohio General Assembly. It's signed into law by the governor, either by his direct signature or by not acting, and then the bills may automatically go into law. Only the Ohio General Assembly may change any content that's in the statute or law. So when you see 4723, that's always the Board of Nursing and under the Board of Nursing's jurisdiction. Ohio Administrative Code, also using the acronym OAC, is our administrative rules. I also hear them referred to as regulations that are adopted pursuant to the authority granted to the board under 4723 Ohio Revised Code. Okay, so the first set of numbers in any rule is going to be the revised code chapter that is the authorizing statute. So that's why we say the board is authorized to promulgate rules from 4723-1 all the way through, and we're currently at 4723-27. So Ohio Administrative Code always has dashes between the numbers. Again, the revised code will have a period between its numbers or sections. So again, these are administrative rules or regulations. The first set of numbers refer to the authorizing ORC chapter. The second set of numbers refer to the Ohio Administrative Code chapter's subject. Inside each chapter, there'll be a third set of numbers reflecting the subtopic or the individual administrative rule. So I'm going to go for this very last note that says, for example, 4723-5-01. So 4723, we know that's under the Board of Nursing. 5, we all know that that's the administrative rule chapter that governs pre-licensed nursing education program. So Chapter 5 is about nursing education. And then 01 is the definitions. That's the rule that provides all the definitions for the terms that are applicable within Chapter 4723-5. So as you know, there's different sets of a different rule topic as that chapter goes on. So that's just a basic differentiation between law or law statute in relationship to the administrative rules or OAC. Okay. Also, you can locate the law and the rules on the board's website. You can click on to compliance and regulation at the top of the page. And then go to law and rules. You can see that on the left-hand side. And then you can see where at the top right under the law and rules heading, you can see a link to Chapter 4723 of the Ohio Revised Code. That link will take you to the Nurse Practice Act in its entirety. Then below that are the administrative rules, and you can see the arrow pointing there. And below that, each rules chapter is listed. So you can just go down the list and identify which area of the rules or what chapter of the rules are applicable to any particular question that you have. You can also get to that same page by scrolling down to the bottom of the board's website. And then you can just click on Law and Rules there under the heading of Compliance and Regulation. Okay. Well, that concludes the information I was providing for you this morning. I'm now going to transition the workshop over to our licensure manager, Tracy Williams Johnson. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tracy Williams Johnson. As Lisa said, I'm the licensing manager here at the Ohio Board of Nursing. Let me apologize. Some of my slides are not included in this presentation, but I am going to talk to you this morning about licensing and what you should be sharing with your students. The first thing that I wanted to talk about is the difference between our website and eLicense. So eLicense is the software that your students will actually use to create their application and will use to maintain their license. Things like updating addresses, modifying email addresses, things of that nature. When they go to renew, they're going to do that through eLicense. Our website, the Board of Nursing website, is informational, and it will guide them on instructions on how to create applications, or guide them on instructions on how to submit background checks. It will also have links that will take them to eLicense to do things like submit the applications. But there are the two different websites that the students will interact with. Students should be submitting an examination application 60 days out ahead of graduation, I should say. That 60-day time period allows their background checks to come in. It also ensures that by the time their program completion letters are completed, that we will already have the application, and we should be able to turn that around in a short amount of time. Please make your students aware that program completion letters are not always submitted the day after graduation. Students feel that I graduated on Saturday, you should have my ATT to me on Monday morning. And that's not always the case if we don't have the PCL. And if it takes a week or so for us to get the PCL, that's something that the students need to be aware of as well, so that they are not sending email communication to the board, or hopefully they are not sending email communication to the legislators or the governor's office saying that we're not licensing them in a timely manner. So just make sure that there is communication so that they understand that it may take some time for their program completion letters to arrive to the board. Students need to be aware too that they need to have computer access when they are completing an application. Trying to complete that application on their phone is possible. It's going to be difficult. They will not be able to see the full screen and be able to see all the options that they have. And fees must be paid with a MasterCard or Visa or Discover card or some type of prepaid debit card, but they will not be able to pay with check or cash. The other thing that I wanted to talk about licensing is make sure that your students are also aware that in a renewal period season, so right now our LPNs will begin to renew July 1st. Any licenses that are issued from January to July 1st are only issued until October 31st of that year. So they will have to participate in the renewal period. And I know for some students, that's a shocker that, hey, I just got my license in March and you're asking me to renew already in July. But all RNs and all LPNs renew at the same time period every 2 years. And so to get those students on that renewal schedule, it means they've got to participate in the renewal period. So just make them aware that any licenses from January 1st to July 1st that are issued will have to renew in that July 1st renewal period. And so LPNs are renewed every even year, and RNs are renewed every odd year. All right. Background checks. The other thing that you can share with your students regarding background checks is that they are performed by the BCI division of the Ohio Attorney General's office. The board is the receiver of the results. And so as students background checks are not the same for everyone. Depending on your background, some may take longer than others, but as they need to follow up on background checks, they will need to follow up with the AG's office and not the Board of Nursing. And we will inform them of that should they reach out to us, but they do need to know that they are processed by the Attorney General's office. All right, that is what I have to talk about in terms of licensing. I'm going to turn it over now to my communications manager to talk about the difference between multi-state license and a single state license, and that's Dean Hyde.
All right, thanks, Tracy. Good morning, everyone. We're going to go over a few things. Some of this will mimic what Tracy just talked about, but we have a lot to cover. This is a presentation that we give out to nursing students. We're available to do that anytime. Just contact us, and we will be more than happy to reach out and set up a time. Usually it's Jack Brubaker, who's our legislative liaison, and myself who do presentations to the nursing students, but we'll get into that here in a little bit. The big thing is the NCL and MSL still going on. What is the Nurse Licensure Compact? You probably are all aware of this. It allows an RN and LPN to possess a multi-state license. 41 states have enacted the NLC. This is really good since COVID. It allows nurses to practice in both their home state and their other compact states. We encourage nursing students to get an MSL. It just gives them options, and that's something we talked about in the presentation. You can go to the next slide. So far, out-of-state MSLs, this is current as of May 28th. There's 4,978 RNs and 226 LPNs who have non-Ohio issued multi-state licenses working here in Ohio. Next slide. The benefits of hiring a nurse with an MSL, of course, they can immediately, they have immediate availability to begin their assignments. It saves time, hiring costs, HR. Thorough background checks are already done. It ensures nurses meet all standard licensing requirements. And of course, it continues workforce development and expansion. Next slide. Of course, like I said, let us help. We're available to present to your institution. Nursing students, we love talking to them. We even have these little balls that we give out. Well, they're hearts, actually. That gives people a reminder about getting their licensing and what have you. Next slide. So a multi-state license has 11 different requirements. The one we're going to focus on is the BCI and federal background checks. That tends to be an issue that comes up a lot. We go over all this when we do the presentations, but that's one of the biggest problems that we have. Social Security numbers have tended to be as of late a new wrinkle in the fabric of registering. But we'll go into that a little bit here too. Next slide. So to submit a background check, nursing students must use code ORC 4793.091. Now, this may not pop up and populate in wherever they go to get their background check done. It may be 4723.09, and that will work too. We are in the process of working with the FBI to change that to make sure that it is the 0.091. If applicants complete this in class, just notice that some students may not want to reveal their criminal histories. It may be a good idea just to do it personally and offline and not inside, on a big screen. We just want to make sure that everybody gets their privacy. Next slide. We do have brochures and that we can give out. We hope that you guys get these before we come and present to a class. You hand these out to all the nursing students. It gives every information that we share in the presentations, and it's a good thing to do. The other thing that we tend to focus on with the program completion letters, we do ask in the middle of the presentation when you plan to send those out to us here at the OBN. Just like Tracy said, that can delay the process at times, and we want everyone to know exactly, you got 3 to 5 days before it's going to get processed, or we try to get it in 1 to 2 days, but like currently right now it's out 3 to 5 just because of the amount of graduations that we've had. Next slide. Now reporting. Next slide, please. This is something that happened here recently. ORC 4723.114, along with Rule 4723-11-03 OAC, requires employers to report to the OBN the number of out-of-state MSL nurses they employed in the previous year. As specified by that rule, organizations must report the information through the NCSBN's e-Notify system by January 31st, 2024. So you're probably going, did I do that or did I not? And it's an easy thing to look up. It's a free service. We're suggesting you register all the nurses you employ because there are some benefits to doing that. Next slide. Like I said, it's free. You can receive real-time notifications about the nurses you employ. It provides licensure and discipline data directly to you as the information is entered into the database, and it sends alerts when nurses are up for license renewal or when a license has expired. It helps nurses and nursing students easily navigate their licenses with automatic notifications about license status, expiration, renewal, and disciplinary actions. And employers and nurses can verify licenses. The reason this was enacted is because we needed to get a number of MSLs. When you do this, it automatically registers with us. We have our own instance of nurses.com, and we can go in there and verify it. And there's nothing else on your part that you have to do. This is how you do it. Go ahead and get to the next slide. It's really an easy process. You go to nurses.com, you click on Access e-Notify and select Create an Institution Account. There's 3 ways to input the data. You can enroll a nurse manually, you can use a spreadsheet, or connect up through an API solution, and that's for a larger hospital or network out there. Now, if you need assistance in doing this, Jason Swartz is the Director of Outreach at the NCSBN. He's a great guy to work with. At the beginning of the year, for about 3 months, he and I were working together to get a lot of institutions and organizations into e-Notify to get this going. His email is right there, jswartz@ncsbn.org, and we've got some more information there that you can follow to check out some things. And I'll have my email here in just a minute so that you can reach out. So in conclusion, next slide. We can make presentations to your nurses and nursing students. Please reach out. It doesn't necessarily have to be about the licensing topic. We do a lot of different things. Please be in communication with us, and we'll be in communication with you, and hopefully we can connect and be out there for everyone so that we can keep the information flowing. Be sensitive about criminal background checks. The OBN and NCSBN can assist you in setting up your instance of nurses.com in eNotify. Allow us to send real-time alerts and notifications to you, and let students know the length of time it'll take the OBN to receive their PCL. Of course, applications can be checked on Nurses Ohio e-license account. You can learn more about the application process at our website, nursing.ohio.com. And of course, if the nursing students or yourself ever have questions, call our customer service team. They're a great resource, 614-466-3947. If you have any questions, please direct them to us. We'll be more than happy to answer. Jack Brubaker and myself, we are the ones who do the presentations. Usually, and sometimes we'll have our director, Marlene Inyalski, will pop in and actually present to your students as well. But you can reach us there at jack.brubaker@nursing.ohio.gov, and you can reach me at dean.hyde@nursing.ohio.gov. And I thank you for your time this morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to talk to you all today about our legislation information. My name is Jack Brubaker, and I am the board's legislative liaison. Supporting the strategic plan. So just as a refresher to everyone, our foundational principle related to legislation is to govern and monitor all of the standards and controls that govern OBN in the protection of all Ohioans. And we do this in a few ways. First of all, we monitor all legislation impacting the Ohio Revised Code Section 4723 and Ohio Administrative Code Section 4723. We are alerted through a news service and a few different email notifications of all rules and legislation that are introduced in Ohio that impact the Nurse Practice Act in that Section 4723. So it also benefits us to have relationships within the legislature because sometimes we are given a heads up of any forthcoming legislation and rules. But nonetheless, our job is to stay as up to date as possible on all of the legislation and active proposed rules that would impact the Nurse Practice Act. The first thing we do is when we find a piece of legislation that would impact the Nurse Practice Act, is we seek feedback from our staff members, including our legal counsel, our program managers, and our executive director. And then we also seek feedback from our board members before we weigh in on legislative matters. We always get official support or approval from our board members before taking an official stance on any position. Lastly, we continuously advocate for revisions to the revised code and administrative code as needed. Next slide, please. Thank you. Some work to date from about a year ago includes the new doula statute certification that was created in House Bill 33 last year as part of the budget bill that was signed into law on July 3rd. The new doula certification will go into effect on October 3rd and has actually since been revised as that a new law, including some of the recommendations supported by the board that were included went into effect on April 30th. Some other things included in House Bill 33, last year's operating budget bill, include the Nurse Education Grant Program extension. So that grant program is available to nursing education programs throughout the state to assist them with funding. That was extended 10 more years. And the Nurse Education Assistance Loan Program is a program available to Ohio nursing students who continue working in Ohio after graduation. They have the opportunity to get some financial assistance to help pay for their education. Also, we had the creation of the Center for Community Health Worker Excellence, and that is a public-private partnership that seeks to further the profession of community health workers in Ohio. Lastly, we had the addition of a rule that went into effect on February 1st of this year, which requires individuals licensed or certified by the board to report all offenses and felonies to us at OBN. A few successes that we can celebrate this year and last year include the budget bill being signed into law that I just mentioned. I believe now we're up to 24 in-person and virtual presentations to nursing students that Dean just presented about the licensure application process. And we've also performed dozens of presentations to medical institutions, hospitals, chambers of commerce, various occupational associations, and organizations that employ nurses about Nurses.com's e-Notify system. And that has been the result of a new rule that went into effect in January, requiring all employers of nurses who hold multi-state licenses issued outside of Ohio to report the number of nurses they employed with those licenses in the e-Notify system. So most of our presentations have focused around educating those employers. Next slide, please. Thank you. Some tracked legislation we're monitoring. These are all active bills currently in the Ohio General Assembly. So Senate Bill 81, sponsored by Senator Mark Romanchuk, would allow advanced practice registered nurses to sign certain patient documents related to patient admission and release in the hospital setting. We also successfully advocated for the addition of an amendment into Senate Bill 81 that includes our safe haven monitoring program for licensees who admit to struggling with or admit to experiencing mental health issues or substance abuse issues. It's a treatment program that would be overseen by the Ohio Professionals Health Program. I'll get a little more into that a little later on. But that has passed out of the legislature, so that is now on the governor's desk. Senate Bill 196, sponsored by Senator Christina Rogner. This is a global signature authority bill for APRNs, allows them to sign various documents related to patient treatment that all fall within their scope of practice. And that bill has received 3 hearings in the Senate Health Committee so far. House Bill 452, the Hospital Violence Prevention Act, sponsored by Representatives Andrea White and Rachel Baker, was recently introduced, actually just received its 2nd hearing yesterday in the House Public Health Policy Committee. Would require hospitals to have a plan in place to prevent violence in the workplace and address aggressive behavior. Would also require all of their employees, including nurses, to undergo training related to violence prevention and addressing violence behavior in the workplace. House Bill 362 is a bill that revises some definitions regarding the relationship between nurse anesthetists and their collaborating or supervising physicians. Specifically, it redefines the word supervision to change it to consulting or consultation, and redefines what immediate supervision would mean. So with the goal of allowing nurse anesthetists a little bit more clarity in the law as far as some of their workplace duties. House Bill 285 is a bill sponsored by Representatives Ghanbari and Rogers, and has received 1 hearing in the House so far. It would require hospitals to establish nurse staffing committees and require each staffing committee within a hospital to create a nurse staffing ratio plan and would require them to adhere to those plans for staffing ratios. It would also appropriate $20 million for student loan forgiveness. Students are able to, if they continue working in Ohio for 5 years plus after graduation, then they have the opportunity to have some of their loans forgiven as grants. Lastly, House Bill 257 would allow certain public bodies to meet virtually, sponsored by Representative Hoops and Claggett. This is already passed out of the House and is now awaiting additional hearings in the Senate and can potentially allow some of our advisory groups here at the Board of Nursing to meet virtually. Next slide, please. Some possible upcoming legislative ideas. So this is nothing formal, but some discussions that we are continuing to have with the executive branch include possibly having a fine for institutions who fail to register out-of-state, multi-state license holders and employed nurses into the nurses.com's e-notify system. Discussions are currently also being held about potentially fining employers for failing to report nurse discipline or nurse misconduct and punishable offenses to us at the Board of Nursing. So just some ongoing conversations to be aware of. Some of our legislative goals for the remainder of this year include passing the Safe Haven Monitoring Program, and that is what I had mentioned previously in Senate Bill 81. Waiting on the governor's signature for that. I believe optimistically that he will sign that. It's cleared the legislature already, so we can check that one off. Add a section in Ohio Revised Code 4723 requiring our licensees to cooperate with board investigations. And this is something to help our investigators improve the investigations process, and it mirrors some language currently under the State Medical Board. So we are currently identifying vehicles to potentially get that into a bill by the end of the year. As I mentioned, support House Bill 257, as this would allow for some of our advisory groups to meet virtually and would help the board save on some of the reimbursement costs for our advisory group members to travel to Columbus. Also, gathering information on healthcare facilities, reporting formal disciplinary actions to the board. And lastly, assists the governor's office with finding information on oversight for nurse staffing agencies. These are currently unregulated entities, and we are exploring possibilities on how to further regulate these nurse staffing agencies. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation on all things legislative. Happy to answer any questions and pass it on to next on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, Jack, I'm not seeing any questions. So should I go ahead? No questions? No questions? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. My name is Lisa Ferguson Ramos. I work in the compliance unit, and I'm going to talk about applications that are forwarded to compliance for review. So the compliance unit is one of the pillars of the board. Our role is to investigate complaints that are received. That does include those applications. And that's generally when an applicant answers yes to a question on the application, or there is some information on their criminal history that needs to be reviewed. The other piece of the compliance unit is adjudications, and that's basically the function of the board and is the final decision making. So again, the role of the compliance unit is to investigate And we do carry out those decisions, which are made by the board and the one member of the board who is a registered nurse. It's the board supervising member for disciplinary matters who we work with closely and reviews investigations, including applications, and makes decisions about how we should proceed. And of course, all of that's governed by our law, how we operate. It's Chapter 4723, and there are also rules. Let's move to the compliance questions on an application that are asked. So the questions ask about all criminal actions. Those are misdemeanors and felonies. They also include diversion and intervention in lieu of conviction. So what is diversion? Diversion generally involves a guilty plea to a crime, but there is no conviction if the individual meets any requirements that are imposed by the court. So an example would be a charge of a theft offense, a charge of shoplifting. The person might be ordered to an evaluation, counseling, or a class, and if that's successfully completed, they would not have a conviction on their record. Intervention in lieu of conviction differs from diversion in that it's generally offered for felonies. It also involves a guilty plea. There is also no conviction, but a finding of intervention in lieu of conviction is made by the court when there are underlying circumstances the court determines have led to the crime. So this would be someone has a substance use disorder, so they may have an alcohol problem. They may have an underlying mental illness. There could be an intellectual disability. And most recently, in the last few years, another category that was added is for victims of human trafficking. They can be eligible. Another area on the compliance questions application asks about substance use history. So the question asks, one, regarding treatment within the last 5 years, have you received treatment for substance abuse, including alcohol, legal drugs, and/or illegal drugs? And there's another question that asks about currently engaging in the use of a legal controlled substance, and I'll talk a little bit more later about the definition. We also have applicants who have investigations or disciplines on other licenses, such as a teacher who may have had their teaching license revoked or suspended for a violation, and that person goes to nursing school and submits an application. They do need to report that action on the application, or a paramedic or an EMT who's licensed by the EMS board. Discipline on a nursing license in another state is another question, and that might be someone who's an LPN in Arizona who had action on their LPN license in Arizona, but they came to Ohio and went to nursing school, and now they're applying for an RN application by examination. They would need to report that action on the PN license. Working as a nurse without a license is another area, and we do have individuals who have report that, yes, they have started working before they obtained their license, and we need to look into that. A note about the multi-state license, which has been discussed a bit, is for eligibility purposes for the MSL. If someone is currently a participant in an alternative program or has a felony conviction, they are not eligible for the multi-state license. Potentially disqualifying offenses. So in looking at all of those crimes that need to be reported, there is no automatic disqualification to anyone obtaining a license. Each case is reviewed individually. The board also has information on our website, which is a list of potentially disqualifying offenses, and that's under the continuing education and pre-licensure page. There's actually a document that goes through different types of offenses, and it says the board may issue a notice to propose to deny the licensure application. It's not automatic again, and the individual would have a right to a hearing and due process and a final determination made by the board regarding licensure. We do get emails and inquiries from folks asking for an opinion either before they go to nursing school or before they have completed nursing school, wanting to know if they are going to be denied a license or be eligible. We do direct them to that information and advise that we cannot give an opinion before the application is submitted. We really do need to review all that information, and everything's reviewed on an individual basis. So what does all of that mean? If an application is sent to the compliance unit, does not automatically mean there will be an issue. We review hundreds of applications that are cleared to test and license. It's just that the information has to be reviewed. And there's rarely an outright denial. One of the sticky points can be, it's a little bit tricky, it's always best to report. That can lead to a delay in processing your application, because now we have to also look at the failure to report on the application as a denial. Investigations. So once a background check is received and all the other information is received, the licensure unit marks that application as complete, and then they will send it to us for our piece, which is the review. We will send an email advising that the application has been sent to compliance and there's contact information. And that email is in the next slide. So it comes actually from the Ohio eLicense, and it should be received, and it explains a bit about the process and then has a contact email for compliance applications. When we receive the application, we have a number of individuals who review those, so we can prioritize them and move them through as quickly as possible. If we have everything we need, it can be reviewed and cleared generally within 1 to 3 days. We don't need to contact the applicant. Sometimes we need additional information. That could be we're unclear about something that was reported. All the information wasn't provided. Sometimes it's determined that the application needs to be sent to one of our board investigators for an interview to get more information. And most commonly, that might be if someone reports a felony and a substance use disorder, we need to get information about where they are in their recovery. Then we also may review the application with the board supervising member. Information that needs to be provided with the application, and these directions are on the application. So we need an explanation of the events for a yes answer. And normally for criminal, that is, where did this occur and when did it occur? Then we need a certified copy of the documents from the court. Also, a letter from a treatment provider detailing recovery efforts and a treatment outlook. Our time frame is, I mentioned, 1 to 3 days, and that we're generally sticking to that. During peak times, as for everyone else, our time frame does increase. So our goal is 1 week, but it may take up to 3 weeks depending on the volume of applications that we need to review. Potential delays is when the applicant does not respond when we request information. Sometimes we will send multiple emails and we don't get a response. Then we send a regular mail letter. Sometimes the email has changed. At other times, the applicant will report that it was in their spam or junk folder. That's also why we send a regular mail letter, to ensure that they get the communication. Information is missing. We need to obtain information not provided by the applicant, which could be court documents or a police report, and incorrect contact information. So an email and address is changed but not updated. Okay, the potential outcome, and this is for the majority of applicants, there's an approval to test and be licensed. Another option is that the applicant would be approved to test and be licensed, and the board sends a confidential letter recommending continuing education. So we call that an advisory letter. That's in quotes. It is confidential. It's not disciplinary action. An example of this would be an applicant has 2 OVIs within the last 3 to 5 years. We might send a letter to the applicant recommending that they take continuing education in substance use disorder and nursing. If it's determined that disciplinary action will be taken, the applicant could be offered a consent agreement. And a consent agreement is an agreement between the applicant and the board that has requirements such as continuing education courses. We might ask the applicant to get an evaluation by a mental health provider. The applicant could be monitored for a period of time when they are practicing, and we would want reports from the employer as to how they are doing. A notice of opportunity for hearing could be issued, and that is a letter that is sent to the applicant from the board. And in the letter, it states the board is proposing to deny your application. The letter states why the board is proposing this and explains the applicant's rights to have a hearing. Everyone has a right to a hearing if it's requested, and due process, and the right to have the board make a final determination after looking at all of the information. Another alternative is an applicant could be referred to a confidential alternative program for monitoring of a substance use disorder. You just heard Jack talk about OPHP. The board also has had for a number of years an alternative program. Applicants were not eligible for that until about the last year, but we're also going to have the additional OPHP, which will allow the board to refer individuals who also just may be at risk and may need an evaluation and some monitoring, and that would not be disciplinary action. Next are the compact considerations. So I spoke briefly about the requirements for an MSL. So just to restate, an applicant cannot have a felony criminal action. That also includes diversion and ILC. They cannot have a misdemeanor related to nursing practice, an encumbrance on another license, which means board action where their license is restricted in another state, or current participation in an alternative program. That does not exclude licensure or bar licensure completely, however, because the board may issue a single state license. If the felony action is later expunged, the applicant can reapply and may be eligible for the MSL. And we do send a letter at the time of application advising what steps need to be taken and documentation needs to be provided in the future. And once again, I think Dean might have mentioned this, when students are completing applications, if they are completing them in a group setting, in a classroom, we've actually had applicants tell us later they didn't answer yes or report something on an application because someone else was sitting beside them. They were fearful someone would see it. They didn't know what to say. We've also had instances in compliance where an application was forwarded to us for review, and it was determined that someone else completed the application. And also, please be careful about advising students how to answer. We've had students present a certain scenario, possibly to a clinical instructor or their advisor at school, and say that they were told they didn't need to report that. And we do obtain the name if the student can recall who they spoke with, and we will follow up with who they said reported it to confirm. Okay, we're going to go through some scenarios here. So question 1, this is based on everything we discussed. A student has recently been convicted of misdemeanor criminal trespass. It does not appear on the criminal history, which is the BCI FBI report. True or false, the student does not need to report the conviction. Thank you. False. All complete criminal actions must be reported, including pleas, diversions, ILC, even if the applicant knows it does not show on a background check. Traffic offenses do not need to be reported. That would be speeding, seatbelt violations. Drunk driving related offenses do. Those are OVIs, DUIs, DWIs. physical control, those are not traffic offenses. And failure to report a criminal conviction could result in discipline. Okay, question 2. 5 years ago, a student received pre-trial diversion for a misdemeanor theft charge. The student needs to report on their application. True. Diversion cases typically require the defendant to plead guilty. After the defendant completes terms and conditions, the cases may be dismissed. Question 3. A student who is preparing to submit an application used heroin 6 months ago and received treatment. True or false? Because the student received treatment, their substance use does not need to be reported on their application. It's false, because the relevant question asks if the substance use is current. And current means recently enough so that the use of drugs may have an ongoing impact on an individual's functioning when they're licensed. And in general, there is explanatory information, and in general, that's within the past 2 years. So again, the question asks, are you currently engaged? If you've received treatment, the question on the application asks within the last 5 years. Okay, question 4. A student who is about to complete an application has had previous action in juvenile court. The student needs to report that action on their application. That's false. Or does not require juvenile records to be disclosed, because juvenile records are not convictions. They are not traditional proceedings as we think of them in the adult court setting. They're actually called delinquency proceedings, and if everything's completed, the record is sealed and it's dismissed. So they do not need to report those. Okay, expediting the application process. I'm going to talk a little bit next about background checks. The applicant needs to submit or select or request that a web check agency select direct copy receiver for the Ohio Board of Nursing and not use the board's mailing address for a mail to copy. And that is because when both of those options are selected, the board actually receives 2 results, one electronic and one paper. And both of those need to be processed. And so this does increase time for board staff to process the results. We have worked with the Attorney General's office over the last year to modify the format and the form that's used by web check agencies so that the direct copy option is actually the first option on the form and the only requirement. You don't need to move to the next. And hopefully we will see that this will help decrease the number of paper results that are also received. And Dean talked a bit about the statutory section that authorizes the board to request background checks. The law is 4723.091. On the web check form and a lot of the drop-down menus, it's 4723.09, which was the previous statute section. And the Attorney General's office needs permission from the federal government, which is the FBI, to actually change that. And we've been working with the Attorney General's office on that. Program completion letters. We have some very exciting news about this that's currently in the process. There's a web-based program that has been implemented, and this is through the Ohio eLicense portal. So for all of us who are licensed, we know we have our account, we go in, we renew our license. Applicants open an account when they're going to submit an application. So nursing education programs will have their own account in the portal, and they will have their own unique identifier and your own password. And this will be for 100% of the programs. We are currently in the process of training 10 programs. We have an additional 19 we're reaching out to. So please look at program administrators for contact within the next 2 months to schedule a training session. And that's conducted by our board's IT business analysts. So any questions? If no one has any questions, I did ask the staff who process applications if they had any. questions that they received that they wanted me to bring up. And one of the questions posed to me was, and this will come from applicants, why do I need to report a crime that was 20 years ago? The board's not going to do anything about it anyway. And it was a long time ago, and that's all very accurate. But any conviction is going to appear on the record check that we receive, and so we have to review it. So it needs to be reported. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Chantel, thank you. My name is Anita DiPasquale. I'm an advisory attorney for the Education, Practice, and Licensure units here at the board. Today, I'm going to be focusing on practice resources available to you and to your students on the board website. Next slide, please. As you can see in the practice unit, we work to maintain alignment of nursing practice with the Nurse Practice Act as set forth in Chapter 4723 of the Ohio Revised Code. We, over the years, board staff has created many practice resources in various forums, and I'm going to walk you through the website to show you where those can be located by you or your students. And so I really appreciate that you're giving me a few minutes here this morning to share with you, to show you where to locate these things that I think can be very helpful to nurses when they're looking for some additional support, in particular in answering particular practice questions. The website that, of course, the board's website there is listed nursing.ohio.gov. Ohio is spelled out, nursing.ohio.gov. And I'm going to take just a few minutes to kind of walk you through the website to show you where practice resources are available. So to begin at the beginning, as Alice said in Alice in Wonderland, sometimes it's best to begin at the beginning. As Lisa Emmerich pointed out earlier, if you go to the compliance and regulation page, this will link you to the laws and rules that govern nursing practice. And it might seem somewhat elementary to start here, but these are the actual laws adopted, enacted by the legislature, and the administrative rules adopted by the Ohio Board of Nursing that govern nursing practice. So if, for example, you or a student want to refresh on LPN IV therapy, for example, you can click on the link there for Chapter 4723 of the Ohio Revised Code, and a list of chapters would appear, and you would see one for LPN IV therapy. And you can actually read, and I recommend that people with questions about the boundaries of certain practice or the standards to be abided by, I recommend that people look at the actual law that governs that practice. So again, for LPN IV therapy, that would be 4723.18. I picked that because that is one of the areas that the practice unit receives a fair number of questions about. So those are, again, laws enacted by the legislature. If you drop down to where the administrative rules are, there are additional chapters other than those listed on this particular screenshot, but the chapters that relate most directly to nursing practice, I will point out, are Chapter 4723.4, Standards of Practice Relative to RN or LPN practice. Chapter 4720.13 governs delegation of nursing tasks, and I think, very thoroughly lays out the standards to be abided by the delegating nurse and prohibitions, etc. 4723.23 is, you can't see it there, but it's the chapter that governs dialysis technician practice. 4723.26 governs community health workers, and 4723.27 governs certified medication aids. As Jack Brubaker alluded to in his presentation, there will be a new chapter of rules. They are currently going through the rulemaking process. That will be Chapter 472324, doula certification. Those have been recommended by the Rules Advisory Group. They've been reviewed by the Board of Nursing as a whole, and they will be filed shortly with the Common Sense Initiative. So there will be an additional chapter of rules. They are to be in effect by October 3rd. So this will be revised. But I just wanted to point those chapters out to you as most relevant to nursing practice. I would also point out that effective February 1 of 24, the former chapter 472317, which was called Intravenous Therapy Courses for Licensed Practical Nurses, that entire chapter was rescinded, meaning eliminated, deleted. I want to stress, because we get questions about this, although there was an elimination by the legislature of IV therapy certification by the Ohio Board of Nursing on LPN licenses, the standards of LPN IV therapy remain entirely unchanged. So the things that are permitted, the things that are prohibited, those are not changed. They are based on 4723.18, which I mentioned earlier. Those standards that used to be in Chapter 472317, the ones that list the restrictions and the prohibitions and what is allowed, those have all been moved and are now, I think, conveniently included in Chapter 4723.4. 4723.4, standards of practice relative to RNs and LPNs. So although IV therapy used to have its own chapter, the standards are now located in Chapter 4, which I think is kind of convenient, frankly. So I just wanted to point that out, that, even if you're starting with a practice resource, if it cites a law or rule, you might want to come to this page and review that law or rule specifically, because that's really nothing that board staff publish trumps what the actual law and rules say. So, I mean, obviously, we strive, of course, to amplify what is in law and rule, but the law and rule itself is actually what governs nursing practice. All right, next slide. So this, if you look up at the top there where the green underline is, there is actually a page called Practice and Prescribing Resources. This page, if you look on the left, this page shows you your sort of selections. And then if you look to the right where it says See All, if you click on that, and you can go to the next slide. If you click on that, this will happen. I want to point out that this page shows you the interpretive guidelines that have been adopted by the board itself over the years. They are not, I want to make clear, these are 2 to 3 page guidance documents about specific practices that a nurse might engage in. And I want to make clear that these interpretive guidelines do not announce new law or rule. They don't have the effect of law or rule. Nobody would be disciplined, for example, for not complying with an interpretive guideline. The discipline would be for not complying with the law or rule that the interpretive guideline is discussing. Having said that, these have been adopted by the board over the years based on, I would say, the fact that we were receiving many questions about a new practice area, for instance, or a very popular practice area. Some examples, I know you can't see the full titles there. Some examples, one of the most popular is the licensed nurse's role in the care of patients receiving intramuscular, subdermal, or subcutaneously injected medications for cosmetic aesthetic treatment. That's that sort of 1, 2, 3, 4, the 6th tile there, the second tile in the second row. That's very, very popular. It's about, we send that out when people ask about dermal fillers, for example. I also want to point out that the first tile that says utilizing interpretive guidelines, if you access any of these guidelines, please be sure to also access that first document. That's the companion document that goes with every interpretive guideline. It explains what an interpretive guideline is, the interpretive guideline's limitations, and the fact that the interpretive guideline does not itself announce any new law or rule. So again, also, if you recommend to your students any of these interpretive guidelines for review, please be sure to tell them to also review the companion document, that first tile, utilizing interpretive guidelines. Next slide, please. I wanted to point out on this slide, in the upper left-hand corner of the slide there, some generally not practice area related documents that you might want to be familiar with. Nursing practice and scopes of practice, that first document. That really, in I think about 5 or 6 pages, tries to go through and describe the LPN scope of practice, the RN scope of practice, to distinguish them, to answer questions like, what does it mean that LPN practice is dependent on direction? What does that mean? What does direction mean? Does it mean on-site supervision? No, it does not necessarily. Things like that. Who can supervise the practice of nursing? It addresses those sorts of questions, and it tries very much to distinguish, where relevant, to distinguish between the RN scope and the LPN scope. The next document, the RN and LPN decision-making model, is more of an algorithm, skeletal outline that refers the reader to standards of care and helps nurses themselves determine if they can engage in a certain task, activity, or procedure consistent with standards of practice. And it just literally walks you through the decision-making process. And you can see there are some other resources there, mostly relevant to APRN practice. There is a tile there about elder abuse mandatory reporting and some other things. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. Momentum magazines are another source of practice guidance. They are found under the About Us tile. It's sort of the introductory overall tile that tells you all about the board members, upcoming events, that sort of thing. But at the bottom of the page, it also lists the last half dozen or so of Momentum magazines. And just to give you an idea, in the fall 2023 Momentum magazine, for example, see here I have the, there was an article about DNR. What are the rules and responsibilities around someone having a DNR code? There's also an article, The Nurse's Responsibility, a related article, Nurse's Responsibility to Initiate CPR and Pronouncement of Death Limitations. In the, moving down to the second row, first tile, Spring 2023 Momentum, there are 2 very detailed articles explaining the transfer of, well, 2 things, the standards of LPN IV therapy practice, and then also the transfer of those standards to Chapter 4723-4 and the elimination of Chapter 4723-17. Those articles are at pages 10 and 12 of the Spring 2023 Momentum, which can be easily accessed from the board's website. Those are just examples of the kinds of articles you can find in the Momentums. Every Momentum typically has an article targeted toward RN LPN practice and 1 article targeted toward APRN practice. In addition, a couple of times a year, a Momentum article will include, I'm sorry, Momentum magazine will include an article targeted toward Chapter 5 and the standards in pre-licensure nursing education. So that's another reason to be sure to just, check this page every once in a while to see if there's anything in the latest momentum that you will want to review yourself and possibly share again with your students. Next slide, please. If you wish to send a practice question to board staff, you can do that by going to the Contact Us screen, and under Department, you would select Practice, or next slide. Or I guess if you could go back one slide, I'm sorry, where it says Message. When you ask a practice question, please do not ever include, these are not confidential, so don't ever include any patient information or any other confidential information in a practice question. But certainly just, briefly describe what the question is and give some brief context. Doesn't have to be a terribly long question. Next slide, please. Or you can use that form, or you can write directly to Practice RN and LPN at nursing.ohio.gov, or if it's an APRN related question, Practice APRN at nursing.ohio.gov. I think that takes me to the end. Let me double check here. Yes. Let me see. We have a few minutes. I'll tell you a couple of the most frequent questions I receive. I don't see any questions coming, so I'm just going to discuss two of the most frequently requested questions are those around LPN IV therapy. And again, I want to stress those can be found in 4723.18 ORC, either from our regulations page, or you can simply Google 4723.18 ORC and it will populate. And in 4723.401 and 4723.402 OAC, Ohio Administrative Code. And so that's for the law and rule are, but again, if you go to that spring 2023 Momentum article, it includes an overview of the law and rule and maybe 10 FAQs that address things like PICC lines and antibiotics, what kind of supervision is required and oversight is required by the RN who is directing the LPN's practice when the LPN is engaged in authorized LPN IV therapy. That article, I think, is a really, really helpful resource, and so I would highly recommend that. Another question that I received is, can we share some of these resources? Can I distribute the decision-making model to my students? Can I send students on a scavenger hunt on your website to locate an IG or to locate what, these are all public documents. You may distribute them as you wish, as PDFs or as links to the website itself. We would encourage you to send students to the website on a scavenger hunt to find 3 or 4 things so that they too can utilize these resources that do exist and that others have, found helpful. I'm checking here. I'm being told there are no questions, so I will go ahead and turn the presentation over to Lisa Hashemian and Christy Oles regarding Chapter 5. Thank you so much for your time this morning. And again, I just encourage you to please push out information to your students as you deem appropriate. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lisa Hashemian. I am one of the education regulatory surveyors with the Ohio Board of Nursing. We are going to go over the education portion of the workshop. We really appreciate everyone attending. So I'll be joined, it'll be myself, Dr. Christy Oles, who's the other surveyor, will be following up after me. And then we will have Chantel Warren, our administrative professional, has some discussion also. So if you have any questions, as other people have mentioned, please email education@nursing.ohio.gov. You might want to put workshop questions in the subject line of the email so we know it is a question from the workshop. And we'll be answering questions at the end of this section. If you have questions that come up afterwards, go ahead and email it. If it's about if it's for other speakers, other areas of the board, we will certainly forward those also. And also if it's specific to your program, we may follow up with you personally on the email. Our topics that we're covering today, we're going to talk about Chapter 4723-5 of the Ohio Administrative Code, an overview of the law and rule. And that's my section, and then Christy will speak about the survey visit process, NCLEX scores, the annual report, where to find e-news on the website, Facebook, X, or Twitter, and LinkedIn. She's going to talk about our advisory groups. And Chantel will be discussing NCLEX scores also, and then we'll have the questions at the end. Next slide. So this is where education fits, or the education unit fits into the board's mission, vision, and values. You know, we're all interconnected here. It all relates to each other. Next. So here we go. Start talking about Chapter 5. So Chapter 4723-5, these are the minimum standards for pre-licensed nursing education in Ohio. And note, please, that this is just an overview and highlights of Chapter 5. I'm not going to go through and read all the rules for you. You can do that yourself. But I will highlight areas with common questions or issues we run across at survey visits, how the rules may work together, and I'll also highlight where there may have been changes in rules. And for a complete listing of the requirements found in Chapter 5, I'll show you where to find them on the website. Next. Can you back up, please? And I know other speakers have already addressed this, but if you go under, this is where you find Chapter 5 on the board's website, which is nursing.ohio.gov. You go to compliance and regulation, and then law and rules. And then you'll see a long list of the rules. That's the chapter, the Ohio Administrative Act. Those are the rules. And then above that, right above under the paragraph, it says law and rules. There's a link to Chapter 4723 of the Ohio Revised Code. That is the Nurse Practice Act. That's the law that gives us the authority to write and enforce these rules. Next. Here, if you click on Chapter 5, you'll see all the individual sections of the rules. There's a long list. I think there's 25 of them, maybe 26 perhaps, but they're all on there, and they are the most current. I know I've had program administrators tell me they print them out, which is fine for easy reference, but no, they do change and get updated a couple times a year sometimes, so you want to make sure you're referring to the most current rules, which would be online. So the first one we're going to talk about is the definitions you're going to find in Rule 1 of Chapter 5. These are definitions that are used throughout the chapter in this discussion. If you're not sure what something means, Rule 1 is a great place to start. And here I'll just highlight some examples. First one, clinical course, means a nursing course that includes clinical experiences. This becomes important when we discuss the minimum length of programs later on. Next. Clinical experience. This is a common question. Is this a clinical experience? It's not necessarily the location where students are doing clinical, so let's break it down. I will read this to you, and then we'll discuss it. Clinical experience means an activity planned to meet course objectives or outcomes and to provide a nursing student with the opportunity to practice cognitive, psychomotor, and affective skills in the supervised delivery of nursing care to an individual or group of individuals who require nursing care. So first of all, does this activity, so the questions you would ask is, does this activity meet course objectives or outcomes? Is it supervised? So supervised means someone that meets qualifications, which we'll discuss later. That could be a faculty member, teaching assistant, or preceptor. Does it provide the nursing student with the opportunity to practice cognitive, psychomotor, and affective skills? So does it give the student opportunity to practice nursing skills in the supervised delivery of nursing care to an individual or group of individuals who require nursing care? And it might not be those hard skills, starting IVs, inserting a catheter, what have you. You may have, if you ask, is this a nursing skill, you may want to refer back to the Nurse Practice Act about what constitutes the practice of nursing. And I know sometimes students, and I hear this from students sometimes, they think that if they are not, like I said, doing the hard skills, hands-on skills, if they're not inserting a catheter, they're not doing a dressing change, whatever, they think they're not practicing nursing care. So they forget about that assessment piece, that teaching piece, that evaluation piece sometimes. So if you have questions, again, about is this a clinical experience, what we usually do if we get an email is this is the definition, and you explain to us how it meets the rule. Next, please. Compliance means, if that's defined, it means the program meets and maintains the requirements in Chapter 5. Next. The controlling agency. So you'll hear us refer to the controlling agency. When we do a survey visit, we're going to ask to meet with a representative of a controlling agency. So the controlling agency is the entity that grants credentials upon completion of the program and under which the program is organized and administered. For example, it might be the university or college that the nursing program is part of and that grants the degree or the certificate, or it might be the career center that grants the certificate. Sometimes it's one and the same. It may have this, but that is the controlling agency or the ones above the nursing program. Next, please. Laboratory experience. So we're going to talk about what a lab experience is, and we talked about what a clinical experience is. So a lab experience, again, is an activity that meets course objectives or outcomes, provides the student, a nursing student, an opportunity to practice the cognitive, psychomotor, and affective skills in a simulated clinical environment. So any simulated environment, no matter high level fidelity, which we'll talk about simulation in a minute, is considered a lab experience and should be counted as lab hours. Next, please. Current valid license and a current valid licensure. So we're going to talk about this when we discuss qualifications, program records, appointments to the program. It means an individual holds a license to practice nursing issued under Chapter 4723 of the Revised Code that is not inactive, suspended, revoked, subject to restrictions, or subject to a consent agreement or board order with remaining terms and conditions that the individual has not satisfied and for which the individual continues to meet all the requirements of issuance. So this means there is no active discipline, consent agreement, practice restrictions on a license. And of course, and that it's been renewed and that the individual has met all the other requirements. And we will talk about where to find this information out on our website, and where to find out more information if there is action on a nurse's license. Next, please. And I do want to add before I go on is the current active license comes up with faculty, teaching assistants, and sometimes with preceptor too. Next. This is supervision of a nursing student in a clinical setting. So we get the question sometimes, does the instructor does the teaching assistant need to be on the same floor as the students during a clinical? So our definition is, so when that happens again, I give them the definition. It means that a faculty member, teaching assistant, or preceptor is immediately available to the nursing student at all times to provide guidance and review of the student's performance. The key here is immediately available at all times. What that means it's dependent on the clinical situation, and it's generally up to the program to determine what's appropriate for that clinical situation. So the example I always use is, say you have students in clinicals, maybe their second term in the program, first time they're passing meds in clinical, immediately available likely means someone would be side by side with them as they're passing meds. That would be perfectly appropriate for that clinical setting. Whereas perhaps you have a student at the end of their program, near the end of their program, in a community health setting, maybe in a home care setting, something like that. And immediately available might be by a phone call, and that would be appropriate for that setting. So again, sometimes I've got emails from teaching assistants saying, as I said, do I have to be on the same unit or the same floor as students during clinicals? I'll send them the definition and usually copy the program administrator and say, you need to, discuss this with the program, because the program should be telling teaching assistants what level of supervision is appropriate for that clinical setting. Next, please. Rule 1 also defines faculty and teaching assistants, and we'll talk about where this comes into play here in a minute. Faculty plan and teach all courses containing nursing objectives or direct the teaching of those courses provided by teaching assistants. They report to the program administrator or associate program administrator, and they contribute to the evaluation, implementation, or changes of the program curriculum. So they're generally the ones that are the course leads or in charge of the course, and they are contributing to the curriculum and to the course development. And they direct the teaching of teaching assistants. Means a person employed to an assistant work at the direction of a faculty member, providing instruction in the classroom, lab, or clinical setting in which nursing care is delivered to an individual or group of individuals and who meet the qualifications set forth in this chapter. So I think I've heard this many times. I think Christy might agree. I think there's a misperception that teaching assistants can only function in the lab and clinicals. And per our rules, they can also teach in the classroom, but they are working at the direction of faculty. And know, please, that the board has no authority over employment titles. Teaching assistants are a good example. You may have an employment title such as clinical instructor, adjuncts, part-time, or visiting faculty, whatever. We are looking at their function within the program, and how it relates to our rules. And if you're not sure if someone is a faculty or teaching assistant, sometimes it's helpful to compare and contrast the rules. And this often comes up when looking at qualifications for a program administrator that must have 2 years faculty experience in a pre-licensure program, among other things. If we're reviewing their resume or CV for a new appointment of a new program administrator and it lists their title as instructor, what does that mean? Or part-time faculty, what does that mean? Were they a faculty or teaching assistant? So in those cases, we may ask for additional information and clear definition of what that person did in the program. It may also be a question if they say they taught at a school that has pre and post licensure program. So only faculty experience in a pre-licensure program would count for that case. So next, please. Preceptors. And so preceptors are employed by the facility. and they are supervising the program students. Where faculty and teaching assistants are employed by the program, preceptors are employed by the facility. And when they supervise the students' clinical experience, they may not have more than 2 students at a time who they're supervising, and they implement the clinical experience, the clinical education plan at the direction of the faculty member responsible for the course. And we'll discuss that a little bit more when we talk about Rule 20. But no, the preceptor is employed by the facility. Next, please. Excuse me. Rule 1 also defines patient simulation. It means the replication of real-world patient in situ through accurate representatives of patient cues and stimuli that a student is to observe, analyze, interact, and respond to with the right nursing judgments and actions. The replication may be provided through the use or combination of low, mid, or moderate fidelity or high fidelity experiences. No, again, simulations always considered lab experiences, not clinical. And to be considered any level of simulation, there has to be an interactive component to it as well. The definition does say the student has to interact and respond with right nursing judgments and actions. So it does go on to define the difference between high, mid, or moderate fidelity and low fidelity. High fidelity means experiences using full-scale computerized patient simulators, virtual reality, or standardized patients that are extremely realistic and provide a high level of interactivity and realism to the learner. Note, the closer the level to reality, the higher the level of simulation. And whereas you have low fidelity, means experience such as case studies, role playing, using partial task trainers, like the chess mannequins or what have you, or static mannequins to immerse students in a clinical situation or practice of a specific skill. And moderate, mid, or moderate is somewhere in between the high and the moderate. I mean, it's generally pretty easy to tell the difference between low and high fidelity. Sometimes it's a little bit more of a question when you're trying to define between mid or moderate and high fidelity. But no, the level of simulation is not always related to the level of technology. It's also how you use it. For example, you may have a mannequin capable of high or moderate fidelity simulation, but if you're only using it to demonstrate heart sounds or lung sounds in a classroom or lab, then you would not be considered using it to high or moderate fidelity. And if you're unsure of what level of simulation that you're capable of, your equipment is, look at the definitions. Again, go back to Rule 1, look at the definitions, compare and contrast the definitions, speak to your vendor, again, and be aware of how you're using that equipment also. Next slide, please. Resume. So resume or CV, this will come up when we talk about faculty records. So I want to let you know the definition is in Rule 1. It means a resume means a resume, CV, or any other record that summarizes an individual's education and nursing related employment history, including the locations of educational institution employers, dates of graduation, months and years of employment, and description of job functions performed. So when we're looking at resumes, and we'll discuss this again, we're looking for their dates of graduation, their months and years of employment in nursing, and a description of their job functions. We need that month and year of employment to make sure that they meet the minimum qualifications, which for faculty and teaching assistants is at least 2 years of nursing practice. So if someone says they worked somewhere from 2022 to 2023, you're thinking it's 1 year. Could have been December 2022 to January 2023, which is not 1 year. So that's why we're asking for the months of employment. And we'll talk more about this when we talk about Rule 21 and faculty records. Next, please. Rule 3 talks about change in control of a program. So if this is happening, first let us know. You have to notify the board in writing. You have to include the effective date, the name of the program administrator, verify the program's going to continue to meet the requirements of Chapter 5, note if there's going to be any curriculum changes, what the graduation date of the first class is. It's very important. If there's going to be a name change, let us know that. And it may result in a survey visit or progress report. Next slide. And this goes back to, we talked about the definition of the controlling agency. And also there is a definition of what change of control means. It's not always clear if it's a change of control, if it's like a merger or acquisition between two entities. It's not always clear cut as if the entire program or controlling agency is being sold to another entity. And we don't know that. We don't have the business dealings of the controlling agency. So you may have to ask your legal representative, your legal counsel, whether this is considered a change of control also. And I always say, if you know this is going to happen or is in the works, please reach out to us before it happens if you can, and we will make sure that you're aware of what the requirements are during that transition. And if there's any questions or concerns and how it relates to Chapter 5, we'll help you with that. But it's really helpful if you know in advance, if you get in touch with us. Even if you don't know exactly when it's going to happen, reach out to us and let us know that it's in the works or it's being planned. Next, please. Rule 4 talks about program approval statuses. Conditional approval is the approval status we give all new programs before they graduate their first class. So the board grants conditional approval to the program. Full approval is full approval. And then provisional approval is like a probationary status a program is put on, but no, provisional approval is still an approval status. Programs can still admit, educate, and graduate students. Those students can still apply to sit for the NCLEX, but it does provide additional board oversight of a program. And programs can go on provisional approval for a variety of reasons. One is for low NCLEX, more than 4 years of low NCLEX scores, which we'll discuss later, or for cause, for reasons, for findings at survey visits. There's some things in the rule that will automatically put a program on provisional approval, but it does give the board additional oversight over programs. The program list on the board's website list all the approval statuses of all the programs in Ohio. That's public record. And the program list also have the definition of each approval status. What does conditional, full, and provisional mean? It will note if they're on provisional for NCLEX scores, as well as the effective dates of the approval statuses of each program. It also lists the last survey visit date, the official name of the program, the legal official name, and this is all public information. So it's on the board's website under the Education tab. Next, please. So Rule 8 is requirements for seeking conditional approval. So if you're planning on starting a brand new program, you've never had a nursing program before, or you're starting a different type of program, perhaps you have a PM program and you want to start an RN program, this is what you need to do. Or you have an ADM program, you want to start a PM program or what have you. It's basically, there's 4 parts to the process. You have to submit a letter of intent, an LOI, then and have to appoint and once a qualified program administrator is identified, that program administrator submits the proposal to us. There's it's reviewed, there's the approval process. You may get a survey visit for a program, for a proposed program. A survey visit would either be conducted prior to it going to the board for consideration of granting conditional approval, or within 8 months of implementation. Then it goes to the board. Christy and myself review the information. We go back and forth with the program administrator if there's any questions. We may conduct a survey visit prior to it going to the board. And then once we deem it complete, that means a proposal meets all of the requirements of Chapter 5. It is submitted to the board for consideration of granting board approval or conditional approval, and we would let you know what board meeting that would be at. You cannot admit students until the program is granted conditional approval. And then once it's implemented, there are progress reports that will be due. When you receive your letter that it was granted conditional approval, it would have the dates of those progress reports. There's a specific form for programs on conditional approval, and Christy will talk about that a little bit later. And all this info, next slide please, is laid out really nicely on the board's website. If you go to the education, continuing education and pre-licensure section, and then under nursing education programs, you go to new education program proposals. It goes through step by step. Under each one of these tabs, it tells you in depth what to submit, how to submit it, what we're looking for. And if you are planning on doing that, you have questions about timelines, that sort of thing, reach out to us. We generally suggest at least to start the process no later than 6 to 8 months prior to when you plan on implementing the program. Once we receive information, our guidelines for the education unit is we have 45 days to review it, and items are reviewed in the order in which they are received. And know that 45 days is just the first review. If there's questions, we have to, get back, allow times for that back and forth, times to schedule survey visit. You got to take into account the board meeting dates, all of those things. And that's 45 days for each portion of that. So the LOI, then you have the proposal and that sort of thing. So the sooner you can get it to us, the better. And again, if you have that plan in mind, reach out to us and we can give you an idea when everything should be submitted by. Oh, and I do want to add for proposals, and Christy will discuss this too later. We are not, for LOIs and proposals, we do not want paper records anymore. In fact, we won't accept paper proposals any longer. They have to be submitted electronically via our Dropbox, and the submission information is on the website. The LOI can be emailed if it's smaller, but the proposal has to be submitted with the Dropbox. Rule 9. This is the program administrator or interim program administrator responsibility. Rule 9 says the program administrator shall have authority, accountability, and responsibility for all aspects of the program. That includes how faculty and students are involved in determining academic and program policies and procedures, planning curriculum, program evaluation. They have to have input into the budget resource. They have the budget process. They have to ensure adequate resources are in the program, ensuring regular meetings of the faculty. They have to implement an orientation process for new faculty and teaching assistants, ensuring a written policy related to the evaluation of faculty teaching assistants is implemented, facilitating faculty development. They need to make sure there's no more than 10 students at a time at a clinical setting. The program administrator is responsible for verifying that each nurse teaching a course in the program holds a current valid license. Again, maintaining resources, including but not limited to classroom and skills lab equipment and supplies necessary for students to successfully complete the program. And then submitting program completion letters to the board, which include each student has met the requirements for completion established by the program and has met all the requirements of the curriculum as required by Chapter 5. So this is a very long list of responsibilities the program administrator has. Please note it doesn't say the program administrator has to have final say in all these areas, such as budgeting, hiring, that sort of thing, but they do have to have input into the process, and they are the ones held accountable for all of it. Also, if there's other locations, so other locations, if you have one primary program and you deliver your program at other locations, you're required to have an associate program administrator if it's more than 60 miles from the additional location, or more if it's, say, it might be, let's say 30 miles away, but you have 500 students there, we would want you to have an associate program administrator at that location. Now, the associate program administrator works at the direction of the program administrator and has authority, accountability, and responsibility for the program at that location. Also, I do want to add, for the program administrator in their long list of responsibility, they can delegate some of those items, but no, the buck stops with them. Basically, they are the ones held accountable for all of that. Also, the rules do not say that a program administrator has to be full-time, part-time. They can't, if they can be program administrator of more than one program, have other employment responsibilities such as teaching, overseeing other programs, that sort of thing. That's not addressed in the rule. Those are employment matters. But no matter if a program administrator is full-time, part-time, has a teaching load, what have you, responsible for other programs, they are still fully have the authority, accountability, responsibility for all aspects of that program. Again, for other locations, if you do go back to other locations, if you do have other locations, they must share the same philosophy, conceptual framework, and organizing theme, program objectives or outcomes, curriculum, and admission, progression, and completion policies, same name of the program. So if you have one approved program with one NCLEX code, so the curriculum and policies have to be the same again between all locations. And if you have questions, so we have some programs that have one location, one primary program with multiple locations, or sometimes they are separate programs, separately approved program. They each have their own NCLEX code. They can have separate curricula, policies, that sort of thing. It's up to the controlling agency to determine how they want to set it up. And if you have questions, if you're looking to expand, you're not sure if you want to set it up as a location or a separately approved program, reach out to us and we can let you know the options of those. Next, please. So in Rule 9, it's primarily about the program administrator responsibilities, but there is a section of it, Rule 9D, big letter D as in David, of the controlling agency responsibilities. So where the controlling agency responsibilities come in is when a program administrator vacates the position. So they leave their position. The controlling agency is responsible for notifying the board within 45 days and appoint a qualified administrator, interim program administrator within the same 45 days and provide us with certain information, which we'll discuss. Know that required communication, that notification and appointment is 45 calendar days, not business days. it's still, the clock's still running whether the program's in session or not. Maybe you're not in session during the summer, but that 45 days is still ticking. Also know, if you remember, I mentioned there's some things that will automatically place a program on provisional approval if they're on full approval. And one of those is not appointing a qualified program administrator within 45 days. You need to have someone running the ship, running the program. Required information that's listed in Rule 9 when there is an appointment includes an attestation from the controlling agency that the new program administrator meets the qualifications found in Rule 10 for RN programs or Rule 11 for PM programs, that they provided the controlling agency with their official transcript demonstrating they meet the education requirements. We'll also need the date of vacancy of the prior program administrator and the date of appointment of the new one. And we also need the resume or CV and the contact information for the new program administrator. If you're unsure of their responsibility, if the program administrator vacates, please reach out to us, email us, and we'll provide you the information, the requirements that you need to provide to us. We prefer this information to be sent via email. You can send it to our education@nursing.ohio.gov email or to the surveyor responsible for the program or to both. We prefer you not to mail it. We don't need a mailed copy, and we want to make sure we receive everything timely, so email's the best bet when notifying us. And again, if you think this is coming around or know it's happening or may happen, reach out to us and we'll talk to you about your responsibilities. Next slide, please. So now we're going to talk about program appointments. This is for program administrators, associate program administrators, faculty, teaching assistants, and preceptors in a program. Rule 10 is related to RN programs, and Rule 11 is for PN programs. Again, reminder, we don't have authority over employment titles. I brought up teaching assistants, maybe adjuncts, clinical instructors, what have you. Program administrators is another good one. We consider them the program administrator. They're our primary point of contact, but they may be called, their employment title may be dean or chair or coordinator or director, what have you, but we look at them as the program administrator. Again, whatever the employment title, the program administrator is our primary point of contact for the board. And again, responsible for all aspects of the program as we talked about in Rule 9. Next, please. So the requirements I'm going to discuss are just highlights. A full list of the requirements can be found in Rule 10 for RN programs or Rule 11 for PM programs. Note these are also the minimum requirements. So you can always require more or appoint someone that exceeds the requirements, but they are the minimum requirements. So program administrators, they have to have 5 years practice as an RN, 2 of which has been a faculty member in a pre-licensure RN program, or if it's a program administrator for a PN, that 2 years faculty experience could be in an RN or PN program. But again, if it's an RN program, their faculty experience has to be in a pre-licensure RN program. They have to have an active, valid RN license in Ohio. This could include a multi-state license, but it has to be active and valid. If you remember, the current active valid terminology means there's no active discipline by the board on it. Again, for new program administrators, this is where we often run into questions about whether someone's teaching experience was faculty or teaching assistants, was it in pre-licensure, post-licensure programs. Again, if their resume or CV is not clear, we'll ask for additional information. We have an informal teaching experience chart we can send out that helps them outline their experience for review. We may ask for clarification on their resumes, that sort of thing. So faculty appointments, for for all programs, they have to have experience at least 2 years practice as a registered nurse. Again, that's not 2 years of being licensed as a nurse. They have to have 2 years practice as a nurse. That's why the month and year is important on their resume or CV. They have to have an active, valid RN license in Ohio or a multi-state license. For RN programs, Rule 10 requires faculty to have a master's degree. For PN programs, again, they have to have 2 years experience as an RN, Ohio license or multi-state license, and a BSN or enrollment in an MSN or doctoral degree program. That's Rule 11. And then for teaching assistants, for RN and PN programs, both, they have to have 2 years experience as an RN and active, valid licensure in Ohio or a multi-state license. Teaching assistants in an RN program have to have at least a bachelor's degree. And for PN programs, they have to have completion of an RN approved program. This could be diploma, ADM, BSN, what have you. Again, these are minimum requirements. So we have people, I've seen teaching assistants that have their doctoral degrees. They may be a DNP. I've had programs say, well, they had their master's degree, so we thought we had to call them faculty. But we're really using them as a teaching assistant. So again, it doesn't necessarily, once they meet the minimum requirements, it's how you're using them in the program. Preceptors, they need an active, valid license in a jurisdiction where they supervise the student. For example, a preceptor at a clinical site in Kentucky only needs an active, valid license in Kentucky or a multi-state license. For RN programs, the preceptor needs to be an RN. For pre-N programs, they can use LPN or RN preceptors. Again, active, valid licensure means no current discipline, no outstanding terms or conditions on the consent agreement. And this is true for preceptors, faculty, teaching assistants, and program administrators. Let me add, I forgot to add, for teaching assistants, even if they are supervising students in another jurisdiction, perhaps you're going to St. Elizabeth's in Kentucky, you're in Cincinnati, your school in Cincinnati or near there, and your students are going to St. Elizabeth in Kentucky. Your teaching assistants and faculty, even if they're just supervising those students in another state, need to have an Ohio license or a multi-state license because they are supervising Ohio students from Ohio program. Preceptors, since they are employed by the facility, only need to be licensed in the jurisdiction in which they're supervising students. And note, preceptors, there was a rule change in 2020. It says now preceptors must have experience in the practice of nursing as an RN or PN, if it's a PN program, with demonstrated competency in the area of clinical practice in which the preceptor provides supervision to a nursing student. We no longer require 2 years nursing experience, but they still have to have demonstrated competency in the area that they supervise students. Now, again, these are minimum requirements. Programs can still require that 2 years experience, but our rules do not. What's important to know for preceptors is it's up to the program to determine if they are competent to supervise the students. Again, you know what the clinical situation is for those students, what competency you want. That demonstrated part of that demonstrated competency means we will be looking, the surveyors will be looking to see if there's a record that demonstrates competency. So do you have that competency section, the preceptor qualification form filled out, for example? We may ask, how do you choose preceptors? we may have run across a record that shows a preceptor's been an RN for less than a year. So I may ask if there's not, you know, how did you decide this preceptor was competent to precept this program students? What I hear sometimes is, well, the facility tells us who's qualified to be a preceptor. Well, that's a good start, but remember, it's up to the program to determine competency, not the facility. There's lots of research out there about what makes a good preceptor. It's not just the facility recommendation. If you know somebody, I say, if you have a teaching assistant or somebody, a faculty in grad school needs a project, determining competency in a preceptor is a great one. There's a lot of evidence and research out there about what makes a good preceptor. You may want to consider establishing a procedure or a policy for determining competency in a preceptor. So you may require that they've worked on that unit for at least a year, or that area of study at least a year. You may have like a preceptor orientation they have to attend, or a course they have to do, something like that. Whatever it is, it's up to the program again to determine what's determined as competency in a preceptor. Next slide, please. Rule 12 is about program policies. Rule 12A says the administrator of the program and faculty shall establish and implement written policies. So Rule 12 requires that programs not only have the policies, but they implement those policies as written. And we review policy implementation during survey visits, which I'll discuss here. First one in there, Rule 12A1 is student admission. Next slide, please. This is your admission policy. The board does not state what a program's admission criteria should be, but it has to be followed as a written. For example, we've had to question whether background checks are required on admission, or before they go to clinicals. This is up to the program to determine, and it should be part of the written admission policy. Some programs require them prior to admission, some after admission, but prior to starting clinicals, what have you. But whatever your policy is, again, it's up to the program to determine. Another one is testing prior to admission. Is it required? What test should be used? What level of achievement? All those things are up to the program to determine. We will verify if admission policies are being followed by reviewing student records during a survey visit. For example, does your admission policy state a student has to provide your admission policy may state a student has to provide a high school transcript, an application, 2 references, and maybe taking a TEAS test or something like that. So then we would want to see the high school transcript, the application, the 2 references, the TEAS test results, that sort of thing. Whatever your written admission policy is, you have to implement it as written. I will say, I've run across this too. If you have a separate admissions office, somebody doing admissions that's separated from the program administrator is still responsible for ensuring that every student that's admitted into that program meets all the admission policy criteria. So you may want to verify that the admission office is collecting all the information as written within your policy. Advanced standing, this is you have to have an advanced standing policy. So this is the process for determining the amount of credit granted to an applicant for advanced standing in the program, which might be prior healthcare credit, could include a review of the individual's military training or credit. That review of the military training or credit is a state of Ohio requirement. You know, Ohio is a very very veteran-friendly state, as is the Board of Nursing. So you have to have a process in place to review their military credit and experience and grant them credit in the program as applicable. I've had high school programs tell me, say they're a high school only PM program. Well, we don't have a policy because we don't have students that have military experience because they're high school students. I understand that, but you're still required to have that policy. So I've seen them say, in the unlikely event that we have a student with military experience, we will review it, what have you, but you're still required to have that policy. And it has to be written. Your progression and completion policies, your progression policy includes what they need to pass each course and to move from one level of the program to the next. Again, the board doesn't say what level a program needs to have for a student to progress from one level to the next or to complete each course, but it has to be followed as written. Again, we look at whether the program's following the progression policy during a survey visit. We're going to ask for every student record we select, we're going to ask for an unofficial transcript or a grade report so we can look at their progress through the program. If they failed a course, we go pull your progression policy and say, what does it say for students that fail a course, and was that followed? Do they have to repeat it? If a student receives a C- in a course, is that considered, or say a 71% or 70%, whatever, is that considered passing per your progression policy? We're going to look at your written policy and just see what it says and see if you're following it as written. 12B says program cannot implement changes to policies or requirements for student progression or requirements for completion of the program with currently enrolled students. So, for example, you can't change the pass rate, your progression policy for a course, from 78% to 80% for existing students, or add a requirement that students that have to complete an exit exam outside of a course before you submit their program completion letter to the board, or complete a review course outside of another course if that was not part of the curriculum that they were admitted under. You're going to have to wait for a new cohort. And there is a consumer protection piece of this. The students should know what to expect from a program once they're admitted into a program. But no, you can make some changes within a course for existing students. You might move content around. You might change the way of evaluation methods in certain cases. But the most important part is, if you're not sure, ask us before you make any changes. If you're not sure if you can do it with existing students or need to wait for a new cohort. Because if you wait to ask us after the fact, or we find out during a survey visit changes were made for existing cohort, or maybe we get a student dissatisfaction that complains to the board about changes made, it's too late to help ensure you're meeting the rules. So ask us in advance before you make those changes. The answer might be, yeah, you can do it, or you can do it with existing students if you do this, or the answer may be you need to wait for a new cohort to implement those changes. Grievance and appeals. You need to follow your own policy. If a student reports a dissatisfaction or complaint to the board about a program, we'll check to see if the program's following their own policies and the requirements of Chapter 5, including following your grievance and appeals policy if that's relevant. And no, we're not advocating for individual students to pass a course or complete the program or be readmitted to the program. Next, or you're already there. Student conduct policy. This is Rule 12C. You must, the student conduct policy provided to students must contain the complete verbiage from Rule 4723-5-12C of the Ohio Administrative Code. This is the one policy where rules are explicit about the required content of the rule. Use the language in the rule, copy and paste it. You don't have to get creative and instead of numbers, put letters or dashes or bullet points. I would say we're not the APA police. You can copy and paste it directly from the website. Don't just provide a link to the website. This should be in the student handbook or other materials that you give to the students so they can see it about what their responsibilities are during clinicals. Also, quick reminder about and we're going to ask where's the student conduct policy that the students receive during a survey visit. Another quick reminder about survey visits, and I know Christy will bring this up. When we request copies of policies in your PVR, your pre-survey visit report, please provide the actual written policies, not a link to the policies or a narrative about the policy. We want to see the entire actual written policy. Again, Christy, I'm sure will remind you of this. Next, please. Okay. We're going to talk about curriculum. Rule 13 is the rule for RN programs. Rule 14 is the rule for PM programs. Next, please. For RN programs in Rule 13, it discusses the length of a program. This is the minimum requirement. The minimum requirement for an RN program is a minimum length of 2 years of full-time study, with each year containing at least 30 weeks, so that's at least 60 weeks. And this can include exam time. So if you have finals weeks, what have you, you can count that in. If it's an accelerated program, so accelerated programs are RN programs. If you have a bachelor's degree in another field, you can come out with your bachelor's in nursing. That has to be at least 52 weeks of clinical coursework. Again, that clinical coursework, if you remember when we talked about the definitions in Rule 1, means a course that contains clinicals. It does not mean they have to have 52 weeks of clinicals. It means they have to have a minimum of 52 weeks of clinical coursework. That does not include breaks, but it does include exam time. Advanced standing programs. So advanced standings, when you're granting them credit for prior learning, prior healthcare experiences. This is commonly like an LPN to an RN program, something like that. That has to be a minimum of 45 weeks of clinical coursework. So those are the minimum lengths of an RN program. Next. Rule 14 has the minimum length of a PM program as 30 weeks of full-time study, including exam time. Yeah, so PM programs have to be 30 weeks of full-time study, including exam time. Next, the curriculum shall be derived from a philosophy, conceptual framework, or organizing theme that is consistently evident throughout the curriculum. So is your organizing theme, philosophy, conceptual framework threaded throughout your curriculum? We will be looking at that. Again, Rule 13 is RN programs, Rule 14 is PM programs, but the next things I'm going to discuss are the same through both programs, RN and PM. The curriculum objectives or outcomes, course objectives or outcomes, teaching strategies, and evaluation methods need to be developed and written by program faculty. This goes back to Rule 9, where the program administrator is responsible for ensuring faculty are involved in planning curriculum. But note, if you have a standardized curriculum, perhaps you have many locations, you may be operating in other states. You may have a consultant come in to help you with your curriculum development, that sort of thing. Faculty should still have input into the curriculum, and we do ask faculty that during survey visits. They shouldn't just be handed a standardized curriculum and said, this is it, this is what you have to follow with no input. So they still need to have input into it. Next slide. The curriculum needs to be consistent with the laws regulating the practices nursing as a registered nurse or a LPN. Again, if you have curriculum across different states, if you have other locations, it has to be consistent with Ohio law and rule. This particularly comes into play for PM programs that your IV content has to be consistent with Ohio law and rule with respect to IVs for LPN practice. Next, the curriculum has to be implemented as written and distributed to each nursing student. So what I just discussed was the overall curriculum. We're going to talk about the curriculum plan itself next. So the curriculum plan is where you have the sequence of courses, the actual number of theory, lab, and clinical hours for each course. It has to be implemented as written. So that means you're following your curriculum plan as written. You're providing the number of theory, lab, and clinical clock hours per course for that. That is not a suggestion. Your curriculum plan is not a minimum number of hours. So if you, let's say, you provide at least those many clinical and lab hours, you can require more, that sort of thing. No, you have to provide the number of hours, theory, lab, and clinical in that curriculum plan. It has to be distributed to each nursing student. So this was added 2 or 3 years ago. So the one distributed to the nursing students has to have the number of theory, lab, and clinical clock hours per course for the students. You can still have credit hours if you're required to have that, but they need the total clock hours in the ones distributed for students. We are asking about this at survey visits. We want to see the curriculum plan that's provided to students. It's usually in the student handbook, or it may be on the website or their learning management system, something like that. But the one provided has to have to the students has to have the total lab, clinical, and clock hours per term. Programs are still missing this. We're still citing programs for this. So I would suggest that you go back and look and see which curriculum plan is provided to your students. No, Chapter 5 does not have a minimum number or prescribed number of theory, lab, or clinical hours. But you have to provide the number, as I said, provide the number of theory, lab, and clinical hours established in the curriculum plan. We're going to talk about moving hours between lab and clinical shortly. And no, the curriculum plan cannot be changed for currently enrolled students. Once a student, this goes back to Rule 12B, once a student is admitted under a particular curriculum plan, that cannot be changed. It has to remain static until that student completes or leaves the program. Next, please. Rule 13 and 14 says the program will provide a combination of clinical and lab experiences concurrently with related theory instruction that are directly relevant to the applied theory and behavioral objectives of each clinical course and are sufficient for students to practice their cognitive, psychomotor, and affective skills, and are sufficient for students to effectively demonstrate their ability to meet the course's nursing behavioral outcomes. This is in Rule 13 for RN programs and 14 for PM programs. Again, although the rules do not require a minimum number of theory, lab, or clinical hours, the clinical and lab experiences must be concurrent with the related theory and are directly relevant to the theoretical and behavioral objectives of each clinical course. And the key is are sufficient for students to practice their cognitive, psychomotor, and affective skills, and are sufficient for students to effectively demonstrate their ability to meet course nursing behavioral outcomes. If you have a very limited number of clinical and lab hours for a program, we're going to ask, how are these hours sufficient for students to demonstrate their meeting course outcomes? or objectives. So they have to be sufficient for them to meet course outcomes or objectives or outcomes. Next, please. The curriculum has to provide the student with the opportunity to achieve technical skills, including skills related to IV therapy. RN and PM programs are required to provide IV in the class, lab, and clinicals. This includes LPN to RN programs. Even if they're already licensed LPNs in your RN program, they still have to have IV experience, review of law, theory, that sort of thing in the classroom, practice and checked off in the lab, and clinical experiences providing care to patients receiving IV therapy. This does not necessarily mean they have to start IV in clinicals, although that's ideal, but they have to be providing care to students, to patients receiving IV therapy. There has to be documentation. This is particularly true for PM programs. There used to be, some of you may remember, Rule 14 had a very long, detailed list of things students had to get checked off on, and have experience in related to IVs, including discontinuing an IV, starting an IV, all these things. The rule did away with all that procedure, but for PM programs, they still have to, again, have theory, lab, and clinical and IVs. And programs have to have a means to verify that, in a testing component for IV therapy and PM programs. So that means you have to have lab checkoffs, for example. You have to have documentation that they completed, they had experience with patients receiving IV therapy in clinicals. Is it noted on clinic, and this is true for RN and LPN programs, is it noted on your clinical evals when students provided care to patients receiving IV therapy? IV lab checkoffs, is it clear where this IV experience, was it in lab or clinical? No, when you're signing that program completion letter as the program administrator that you're submitting to the board, you're attesting that each student had that opportunity regarding IV in classroom, lab, and clinical, and you can demonstrate that. So you need to have, although it's specified in for PM programs that you have to have means to verify that, you should also have that for RM programs. So we might ask about it for an RM program, where do students get their clinical IV clinical experience? Well, we think they might get it here or there. Well, that's not good enough. You need to be able to demonstrate each student has that opportunity through your evals. Next, please. So a program may move hours between clinical lab and clinical experiences within a course, provided the lab and clinical experiences are sufficient for student opportunity to achieve the behavioral objectives and requirements established in the rule. This is not changing the curriculum plan. This is about again, that curriculum plan is static. That's the planned hours for a course. This is about the delivered hours. So you can move hours between lab and clinical within a course. Let's say, for example, you have a snow day, your students can't go to clinical, or you lose a clinical site for a term. You can bring them back to lab as long as the activities meet course objectives and outcomes. And it's a 1 hour for 1 hour substitution in lab and clinical hours, clock hours. And the total number of lab and clinical hours can't be changed with current students. So what that means is, maybe you have 50 lab hours and 50 clinical hours for a total of 100 combined lab and clinical hours planned for a course. You lose one of the clinical sites for the program. So you bring them back for 10 hours of lab. You ended up with, at the end of the course, 60 hours of lab and 40 hours of clinical. You still have a total of 100 clinical and lab hours within a course, and what they're doing in lab still meets course objectives. We'll talk about tracking and reporting this movement of hours when we talk about Rule 19. And this movement of hours became really important during the pandemic when programs weren't able to get into clinical sites, although we required programs to still provide actual clinical experience. But as you know, most programs couldn't provide the full number of clinical hours, but they were able to. Our rules already allowed programs to move hours between lab and clinical within a course. Again, planned hours are the lab and clinical hours established on the curriculum plan that does not change. Delivered hours are the actual number of lab or clinical hours delivered for a course offering. This movement of hours does not include theory hours. You cannot move theory hours within a course. This is only lab and clinical hours. Also, a reminder that 12B states a program cannot change progression or completion requirements for currently enrolled students. This would include changing the number of theory, lab, or clinical hours required on the curriculum plan. Those change, if you want to change them, they would have to be with a new cohort if you want to change hours. Next, please. So the curriculum shall include clinical experiences in providing care to patients across the lifespan. This is true for RN and PM programs, Rule 13 and 14. The only periods of lifespan accepted are those related to the OB patient, the immediate newborn, and pediatrics. So you have to have clinicals across the lifespan except for OB, immediate newborn, and pediatrics. Next slide, please. Which the program may provide high fidelity or mid or moderate fidelity simulation instead of clinical experience. Next slide, please. For OB, immediate newborn, and pediatrics, if a faculty member or teaching assistant is responsible for conducting the patient simulation. And let me break this down a little bit. So you can substitute fully OB, peds, and immediate newborn, and peds with high or moderate fidelity simulation instead of clinicals, or you can use it as an adjunct to the course and still provide clinicals. Remember, those hours would still be, even for simulation, are still lab hours. I want to address the immediate newborn piece of this because this is something that's still coming up in programs. So if you're doing the OB part of it, you're providing high or moderate fidelity simulation in lieu of clinicals for OB. You have to provide high or moderate fidelity simulation for that immediate newborn piece also. We know, I've been to many programs. That infant that those delivery mannequins use, Noelle or whoever you use that delivers the baby, those babies that the mannequin delivers are low fidelity. They do nothing. They're basically a doll. So you need a high or moderate fidelity simulation for that immediate newborn. Don't miss that part. And again, if you're wondering what constitutes high or moderate fidelity, go back and look at the definition. It may require you to purchase a newborn simulator, a high or moderate fidelity simulation. It may be some type of interactive computer simulation that meets the requirements of the rule. So make sure you're looking at that immediate newborn piece. Also, next, please. Anybody, if you're using simulation in lieu of clinicals for OB, peds, and the immediate newborn, Anybody can be managing the equipment. Sometimes it's IT in there managing the equipment, or another program. I have a program, I think it's respiratory therapy, or EMT runs the equipment. But it has to be a nursing faculty member or teaching assistant that's responsible for conducting the patient simulation. So you have to have nursing running the simulation, even though somebody else may be managing the equipment. And that faculty member or teaching assistant that's managing the simulation, next slide, please, must have demonstrated knowledge, skills, and ability necessary to conduct patient simulation, obtained from a recognized body of knowledge relative to the simulation. And you have to have demonstrated continuing education relative to simulation. So what does that recognized body of knowledge mean? That could be the vendor coming in, training your faculty and teaching assistants. It could be national certification in simulation. Maybe it's you have one person certified in simulation that's teaching others. That demonstrated knowledge, that demonstrated piece means we need that record of that training in continuing education. And we're going to ask for it at survey visits if you're using OB, if you're using sim in lieu of clinicals. So we're looking for that certificate. We're looking for that line on a resume or CV, or you may have a sign-in sheet if it's a vendor coming in, or, you know, your sim expert training your faculty and teaching assistants. Do a sign-in sheet and copy that sign-in sheet and put in each faculty and teaching assistant's record. So we're looking for that record. And remember, this is about the reason we require this, the knowledge relative to the demonstrated knowledge and training and continuing education relative to simulation, is because all the research related to simulation shows the outcomes for the students is totally dependent on, or a very large variable of it is the training of the people running the simulation, because simulation is not just a technology, as you know, it's a teaching method and you have to know how to use it. So the board has been looking very closely as we do rule changes of doing evidence-based regulation. So when these rules were put into place, we did look at what evidence was out there regarding simulation and nursing education, and we did write that into the rules. Next, please. Next slide, please. Again, this is about maintaining documentation satisfactory to the board. Again, we're looking for that record in their file during survey visits, that they have the training, skills, and ability to use simulation. Okay, next, please. And Christy will bring up, will add for simulation during a survey visit. If you are using simulation totally in lieu of clinicals, we are going to ask to view a simulation during the survey visit. We want to watch one. So yeah, we want to make sure the equipment's being used appropriately, the people are doing it, know what they're doing, you're meeting course objectives or outcomes, that sort of thing. So we do want to see the simulation during the survey visit. Rule 15 is the evaluation plan of the program, or your SPE, your systematic plan of evaluation. You must have one, it must be implemented. Your SPE must specify the responsibility, time frame, and procedure for evaluating each aspect of the program. You have to evaluate rules 9 through 23. This is listed in Rule 15. It shall include data collected from faculty, teaching assistants, preceptors, nursing students, graduates, and employers of graduates. Next slide. You also, besides identifying Rule 9 through 23, in your SPE, you have to have a follow-up of graduates. So which shall include but not limited to statistics on their NCLEX pass rates and employment patterns of graduates. No, if for those of you who heard this presentation or have had me at survey visits, probably know what I'm already going to say because I always say this, but your evaluation plan is your tool to make sure you're meeting our rules. You're required to have it, but make sure it's usable, it's user-friendly. The rules don't say you can't use the one that you have for your accrediting organization. But if you do that, at a minimum, our rules should be identified within your accreditation evaluation plan. Ideally, if you do that, you should have a crosswalk between our rules and the standards. A lot of programs, again, it's more than the rule requires, but since this is your tool to make sure you're meeting our rules, we'll have a separate evaluation plan for OBN. Again, it's not about creating more work for yourself or for your faculty. It's about making sure you're doing what you're supposed to be doing. It's also a good document for succession planning in my experience. So this is the document where you memorialize what you're supposed to be doing to meet our rules. So if your program administrator hits the lottery, the new one isn't starting from the beginning because it's all documented in your SPE. And again, we ask for it at your survey visit, we review it. And as we look at items, if there's issues in a survey visit, we're going to go back and look at your SPE. Were you following your SPE? That sort of thing. Again, make it work for you. Make sure it's really a document that you're using. So next, if you have questions about it, let us know. But again, make sure you have it, make it user-friendly. Rule 16 is about board approval of a curriculum revision. So board approval is required prior to the implementation of a curriculum revision that results from a change in the program's philosophy, conceptual framework, organizing theme, program objectives, or outcomes. We need to receive it or should receive at least 10 weeks prior to a board meeting to give us time to review it and get back to you if needed. Otherwise, any other changes need to be filed with the annual report, such as adding and deleting courses, moving hours, changing hours in a course, that sort of thing. You do not need prior approval for that, but you have to report in your annual report. Make sure those changes again are implemented with a new cohort. And contact myself or Christy if you're not sure if you need prior approval for a curriculum revision, which may include program objectives or outcomes. Sometimes it's not always clear, and we'll help make sure you're meeting the rule. We'll let you know if you need prior approval for this, or if you can just implement it with a new cohort and report it on the annual report for the time period the curriculum revision becomes effective. Again, all curriculum changes, whether they require prior board approval or not, must be implemented with a new cohort for 12B. Next, please. Rule 17 is contracts, program contractual relationships. You need a contract anytime you send students under the auspices of the program, not just clinical agencies. So let's say you're sending them to a food bank for community health credit, you need to have a written contract. Or if you have a same division within the same entity, example, if you have a student health center students do clinicals at, or a school daycare center that they do clinicals at, you need to have a written contract. No, it's not or if you're doing a health fair for the other students or health programs. No, you need a contract. No, it's not a contract with yourself. You're looking at the nursing program as your own entity, and then the school or the controlling agency as another entity or another division. Next slide, the requirements for a contract, it has to be written. It has to be current. It has to be signed by representatives of both the program and the agency, has to be on file at the program's office. If you have preceptors at that site or use preceptors at that site, you have to have preceptors' expectations must expressively be set forth in the contract. That means you have to use the term preceptors, discuss their responsibilities within the contract or an addendum to the contract that's signed by both parties or mentioned in the contract. If you go to other jurisdictions, if you're going to another state for clinicals, if you're doing international travel, which some schools are getting back to, you need to contact that board of nursing or other entity regulating nursing to ensure you're meeting those rules. You need documentation of that contact. So it might be an email or a letter you're sending to that board of nursing. And you also need to report on your annual report that you're going to other jurisdictions. And we will be asking during survey visits, if you're going to Indiana or Michigan or Kentucky or Pennsylvania for clinicals, where your contact is with that board of nursing. Next, please. Rule 19 is responsibilities of faculty teaching in nursing course. Rule 19 includes providing syllabi, which we'll discuss in more detail in a minute. Design and implement teaching strategies to meet course objectives. That's a faculty responsibility. Direct and supervise activities of teaching assistants if used, and evaluate each nursing student's progress with input from the TA and preceptors if used, teaching assistants if used. Next slide. And at the faculty is responsible at the conclusion of each course to compare planned and clinical lab hours with the syllabi, report the actual number of hours delivered, report this data to the program administrator, and then the program administrator is responsible for providing that information in the annual report. So this is where you track the movement of hours. You have to complete a chart, maybe faculty do an end of the course report or something like that, that report the actual number of planned hours for the course and then actual number of lab and clinical hours delivered for the course. Again, there should be some kind of mechanism within your program where the program administrator or someone that's delegated this responsibility is verifying the actual numbers of hours delivered or they match the hours planned for the course. Next slide. Also, part of Rule 19 is the syllabus, the syllabi requirements. So a student should receive a syllabi for each nursing course. That includes, this is listed in Rule 19, the title of the course that must match the curriculum plan, the total number of theory clock hours for the course, the total number of combined clinical and lab hours for the course if applicable, and of this combined number, the total number of planned clinical clock hours for the course and the total number of planned lab hours for the course. So you have to have the total number of theory clock hours for the course. That's not per week. That's not credit hours. That's the total number of clock hours per the course, theory hours, and then the number of lab and clinical hours planned for the course. Let's say 50 lab hours, 50 clinical hours, and the total number of combined lab and clinical hours for the course if there's lab and clinical hours assigned. So you would have 50 lab hours, 50 clinical clock hours for a combined total of 100 clock hours for the course. Next slide. You also have to have the course description, course objectives or outcomes, teaching strategies, methods of evaluation, the name of the faculty you'll be teaching the course, and teaching assistants, teaching the course or providing instruction in the lab or clinical settings as directed by faculty, and for any individual providing course content, under the direction of the faculty, you have to have their job title, credentials, of course, name and information describing the background of the individual that demonstrates qualifications directly related to course content. So this is kind of goes along the lines if you have a guest speaker in a course, and then the required text and materials for the course. Next slide. And here's a sample syllabi. Again, this is just a sample, but it has all the requirements. Your format may certainly look different, but you have the title of the course, which is Fundamentals of Nursing, faculty and teaching assistant. Make sure your teaching assistants, your clinical instructors, lab instructors are on the syllabi. That still gets missed sometimes. You have the total number of theory hours. Here we have 120 clock hours for the course, and 80 lab hours and 70 clinical hours, with a combined total lab and clinical hours of 150 for the course. You have a course description, the course objectives. For course objectives, you may have separate lab or clinical objectives or not. They may just be one course objectives. That's up to the program to determine how you want to write those. Teaching strategies, that sometimes still gets missed once in a while, so make sure you have teaching strategies. And then your methods of evaluations there and your required text. Note, I did mention the names on the curriculum plan and syllabi have to match. We still see this come up once in a while. For example, you may have a course named Dosage and Calculations 1 on the curriculum plan, but the syllabus will name it Math for Pharmacology 1. The names have to match. And if the name of the course changes, make sure the new name is both on the curriculum plan and the syllabi. The total combined lab and clinical hours are still being missed occasionally. This has been a rule since 2017. So programs have had plenty of time to make sure this is occurring. So you need to make sure any course that have lab and clinical hours assigned have the total number of lab and clinical hours. And again, you should have a process in place to compare the number of hours, to compare the curriculum plan, and syllabi at the beginning of each term, and make sure they match, and a process at the end of each term to ensure the number of hours delivered match the curriculum plan. This can be part of your evaluation plan of the program, your SPE. And note, during the survey visit, we do pull out your curriculum plan or plans and the syllabi for all the courses that have been taught since the last syllabi. Make sure every syllabi has all the elements of 19, and the hours on the syllabi, theory, lab, and clinical clock hours per term match the hours on your curriculum plan. We're still seeing sometimes there's math errors or what have you, and that's usually because there's not a process in place for them to look at them. Rule 20 is responsibilities for faculty, teaching assistants, and preceptors in a clinical setting. This includes the clinical group ratio. For faculty, there cannot be more than 10 students for each clinical instructor, teaching assistant, or faculty. For preceptors, may not have more than 2 students at a time, or smaller ratio in a clinical setting where necessary to ensure the delivery of nursing care. For example, it's a high acuity unit. You may have less than 10 students, or your agreement with the clinical site actually may say we'll only allow up to 6 students or something like that. No, this is all about these levels of supervisions, all about patient safety. Chapter 5 does not have a number of students allowed per faculty or teaching assistants in the lab or classroom, but only in the clinicals. Again, that's about patient safety. Next, please. Faculty responsibilities in a clinical setting also include faculty are responsible for planning the clinical experience to meet course objectives and student learning needs, making assignments in conjunction with teaching assistants or preceptors if used that are consistent with the specific outcomes and objectives and outcomes of the course, evaluating the student experience, achievement, and progress, and communicating the clinical objectives and outcomes to the student, teaching assistant, and preceptor if utilized, staff at the clinical site, Faculty is responsible for knowing, is this an appropriate clinical site to meet course objectives or outcomes? That's up to the faculty responsibility to plan that, to make sure that it's appropriate. Next. For supervision of a student by faculty, teaching assistant, or preceptor, they have to meet qualifications found in Rule 10 for RM programs or Rule 11 for PM programs. They have to have current valid licensure or multi-state licensure license. It means unrestricted license. And again, the level of supervision is appropriate to the clinical situation, which is up to the program to determine what's appropriate for that clinical situation. And next, and no, when supervising a nursing student, Rule 20 says the faculty member or teaching assistant shall function only as a faculty or teaching assistant during the student's clinical experience. This is again about patient safety. So if your teaching assistants are also employed at the facility where they're supervising students, make sure it's crystal clear they can only be supervising students during that time. They cannot be off helping on another unit or doing work activities or something like that. Their only job can be supervising students during that clinical. Next, please. Rule 20 also says the teaching assistant or preceptor providing supervision of a nursing student shall at least have competence in the area of practice. Again, it's up to the program to determine what level of competence is acceptable, and design at the direction of the faculty member the student's clinical experience to achieve course objectives or outcomes, and contribute to the evaluation of the student's performance. Everybody supervising a student in clinicals, including the teaching assistant or preceptor, has to provide input into the student's level of achievement. It can be an SU, 1 to 5 scale, etc. And the course faculty can still determine the final course grade, of course, but the teaching assistant and preceptors have to have input into the student's clinical, or into the grade, and to evaluate the student's clinical performance. Next slide, please. Clinical schedules. We're going to request those for during survey visits. So we're looking at a lot of things when we look at clinical schedules. One, is the clinical site appropriate for the course? So here you have, for example, Nurse 205, it's older adult nursing. They're in a rehab unit, so that sounds acceptable. Were there more than 10 students at the clinical site? Do you have a contract? We also look, do you have a contract with that site? So if you're going to Belmont Ridge Care Center, no, these are all made up. Do you have a contract with Belmont Ridge? The next one on there is that nursing 310, critical care nursing. It's in an ICU. There's only 4 students. That would be appropriate for an ICU setting. So those are the kind of things we're looking at, and we're going to request them at survey visits. Next, the last thing I'll talk about is program records, or one of the last things. So during survey visits, we're talking currently enrolled survey students. We're only looking at currently enrolled students at a survey visit. We're going to look at their admission criteria based on your admission policy, which we discussed. Are their lab and clinical evals to show how they met course objectives and specific to that course objectives? We don't want to see a generic clinical value used for all your courses. There should be some, your clinical evaluation should be specific to each course objectives and outcomes. And your lab evals have to show how they meet course objectives or outcomes. So we get asked, do you have to have every lab checkoff? They do. It depends on how your objectives or outcomes are written. We do need to be able to tell for all your evals, lab, particularly clinicals, which course that is. So if you're putting all their lab checkoffs in there, which course do those checkoffs align to? We're going to ask for an unofficial transcript or grade report showing their progression in the program. And this is for each selected student. For graduated students, Rule 21 only requires you to keep an official transcript once they complete a program. That's the OBN rules. You may have other, your controlling agency or other agencies may have different record retention requirements, but ours, once a student completes a program, you're only required to maintain that official transcript. Also part of 21 is faculty meeting minutes. So we look at those. Are you having faculty meetings? So that's Rule 9. Again, these are reviewed during a survey visit. Are you discussing your evaluation plan? Rule 15 during meetings. And again, are there minutes of the meeting? Is the record there, which is Rule 21. So we're looking at a lot of things for faculty meeting minutes. Faculty and teaching assistant records during a survey visit, we're only looking at those currently teaching that term. Provide an updated list at the survey visit if they've changed since the PVR was submitted. You may submit your, let's say your PVR for during the spring term. By the time the survey visit occurs, it's the summer term, and not everyone's teaching during the summer, so we need an updated list of those teaching that term during the survey visit when we get there. Current faculty and teaching assistants, you're required to have a resume that includes month and year of appointment. License verification at 2 points, the time of the appointment, when you hire them, and each renewal period. Note, this means the printed license verification has to be dated within the renewal period. For those with Ohio license, current renewal period begins July 1st. It ends on October 31st on the odd number year. So our last one was July 1st to October 31st, 2023. So you need to print a license verification for each faculty or teaching assistant that's teaching at that time prior to October 31st for that renewal period. Don't wait until the end of October to print these license verifications or follow up with them, because if they have not renewed effective November 1st, they will have a lapsed license and should not be teaching. So you need to give yourself time to catch up with those that are not teaching. Again, the license verification has to be printed within July 1st to October 31st. You have to have copies of the official transcript showing whatever they need to be qualified for that role in the program. Only the program administrator is required to have the official transcript, and that's because the controlling agency is attesting that they have the official transcript. But all faculty and teaching assistants, it can be a copy of the official transcript. And then we're also looking for evidence of orientation and evaluation. If they've been hired since the last survey visit, do you have an orientation checklist? Are there copies of the evals, etc.? So those are what we're looking for in teaching assistant records, and Christy will talk about that too. Preceptor records. If you have preceptors, we have the board preceptor qualification form. You're not required to use it, but it does meet the rules. I'm not sure it's currently posted on the website, but if you want the current one, you can email it and we'll send it to you if it's not on the website. Preceptor records can be electronic or handwritten printed. And during a survey visit, we'll review all preceptor records, including the preceptor qualification form and license verification for preceptors utilized since the last survey visit. And I do want to mention about electronic records. You can keep program records on paper, electronic, scanned in. The Chapter 5 does not say anything about records have to be electronic or wet signatures or anything like that. They just have to be readily available during a survey visit. Most programs now are a mix of paper and electronic. I personally prefer records I can review independently during a survey visit, so put them on a flash drive if they're electronic. Some programs are setting up the survey visit as a course on their LMS, Blackboard or Canvas or whatever you use. You give us access to that course, the survey visit, and each rule's a module. For example, we go into the survey visit course that you have set up for us. And there's a module for Rule 4723-5-17, and we click on it, and there's all your contracts in there. Programs seem to really like this. It's also really helpful if we need to go back and review information after the survey visit when we're writing our reports, or if we request additional documentation, you can just put it in the course for us to review. And if you're wondering how to provide us that information, you can ask us when you're preparing for the survey visit versus electronic versus paper. Here's a sample resume or CV for a faculty member or teaching assistant. Again, has their lists their dates of graduation, their nursing experience by month and year in nursing and in teaching. And next, please. And again, I think Christy's going to go in this more detail. When you're looking at licenses, you can go on the board's website. There's 2 points: verify an Ohio license, which takes you to our e-license system, or verify an out-of-state license, which takes you to Nurses. You can click on either one if it's Ohio license. Next slide. Here's a sample license verification. This is the printer-friendly version if you click on it. So where you click on it may look a little different, but this is the printer-friendly. It has, of course, the name on there of the license. The license status, is it active? It has to be active, not inactive or lapsed. It'll say if it's single state or multi-state license. It'll have the license issue date and the license effective date. So the difference between those is the license issue date is the date that the license was initially issued, and the license effective date was the date of the last renewal, when it was renewed last time, and of course the expiration date. And then you get down to board action, yes or no. If it's yes, you got to click on it. It takes you to Nurses. It has all that information about the board action and Nurses. And then it tells you the current date or time. The printer-friendly version has it at the top and the bottom. So when we say you have to print it out at the time of hire, time of appointment, each renewal period, we're looking at that date and time on that version to make sure it was printed out in the appropriate time. And Christy will go over the license verification process in further detail. Program NCLEX pass rates. I'm almost done here. Christy's going to discuss the NCLEX pass rates more in her section, but the current rule is regarding if programs say, it's Rule 23, if a program has a pass rate on the licensure exam that is less than 95% of the national average for first-time test candidates who took the exam within 6 months of completion in a calendar year, the following shall apply. So the board looks at calendar year pass rates. For the first year, the program does not meet that 95% of the national average. They have to submit an action plan with their annual report. Second consecutive year, they don't meet that 95% of the national average. They have to provide an updated action plan with the annual report. Third consecutive year of NCLEX scores below 95% of national average, you get a survey visit. And the fourth consecutive year, the program will be placed on provisional approval until you have 2 consecutive years above the 95% of the national average. Next, please. If you're going to close a program, you have to notify us in writing. It's usually 2 notifications: when the first decision's made with the tentative closure date, and then when the final date of closure, when the final student completes. We have to have the location of the records and custodian of records. And contact us as soon as you know you're going to close a program or are planning on it, so we can make sure you know what you have to do for the rules. In this rule lists the requirements for either closing an individual program. For example, you're closing your PM program, but your RN program staying open, or the entire school's closing. And you're responsible for meeting any and all requirements of Chapter 5 during the closure period as you're teaching out or winding down the program. And my last one is Rule 25. You cannot submit false, misleading, or deceptive information or documents to the board or any representative of the board. And this would include during a survey visit. And that's the end of me. And the next will be Dr. Christy Oles.
Hello, my name is Christy Oles, and I'm an education regulatory surveyor with the Ohio Board of Nursing. I am Lisa's counterpart. I have the northern part of the state, and she has the southern part of the state. So I'm going to go over survey visits and other information, and I'm going to walk you through it. And then again, if you have any questions, please email education@nursing.ohio.gov, and we're going to answer questions at the end. So first of all, survey visits can be conducted at any time. And there are two different types of survey visit, an announced and an unannounced. And this is all located in Rule 4723-5-06. So many of you have experienced a reapproval survey visit, possibly an NCLEX survey visit, meaning when you have 3 consecutive years below 95% of the national average, then a survey visit is conducted. And then possibly you might have had a survey visit as a result of a dissatisfaction or even a follow-up to monitor program compliance. So again, the board staff have any at any time could conduct a survey visit. So those survey visits that are scheduled, meaning your approval process is coming near to time of it needs to be reapproved. So Lisa and myself are contacting you about a year out. Normally, September seems to be our time frame, September, October, that we contact programs, and it's coming fast and furious. So we'll be reaching out to you, and don't worry if you are unaware, if you have a survey visit coming up, we will let you know. So we will send you an email giving you the time frame, because the behind the scenes there are many timelines. There are timelines to get you to a board meeting. There are timelines that exist for document processing. So we will give you a timeline or days that are applicable to come out. And again, like Lisa had shared, we are working it around other responsibilities too. So what happens is we will contact you. We will then send you a confirmation email. And what we've done in the past is we've also provided you with documents such as the pre-survey visit report instructions and those documents, and they're also located on the board's website. And so you can access those through www.nursing.ohio.gov. Now, the pre-survey visit report is due 3 weeks prior to a survey visit that is scheduled. It also has to be submitted via the drop method. We do give you those instructions in the email confirmation, but they are also accessible on the board's website. So I am going to, next slide please, move through the pre-survey visit report. I'm actually going to help you prep for the survey visit going through this document. I think it's going to be very helpful because we're seeing some areas that we're not getting, and 2, they might be filled out incorrectly, or 3, the survey visit room is not prepped up before we come. So everything has to be arranged before we come. So this document here is the form, what we call the Form A. This is your demographics. And this form will come back to you if it's not filled out correctly. So with this form, you would want to go to the board's website and look at the program list where your program exists. And make sure that the program's legal name that we have and address is correct to what you're using. Now, if it is incorrect, of course, we need to know because we want to provide the most accurate information to the public. If you've had a name change, please submit to us on a formal letterhead the name change or the address change and when it became effective, if it's a phone number change, or if your email has changed. We need to know that information. But going back to the program list, it identifies the program's legal name, official name. It identifies also the program's address and phone number. So that is what is to appear on this document. Now, if it does not, that's where the questioning starts. So it will come back to you saying that our records do not match and what is correct. So if you know that there's an issue, please be proactive and let us know. Then going through, you have to identify the weeks of the program, the number of students in the program, and also how are the classes administered, meaning are they semesters, are they quarters, are they mini terms? We've seen some different things. And then the signature on this document is from the program administrator. And please include your credentials because it's those credentials and your experience that has qualified you for the role of the program administrator. And we need to have that on this document. Next slide, please. Now here is the PN program pre-survey visit report instructions. The RN report looks almost identical, but it is applicable to the RN curriculum. And also the qualifications might be different, but the format of this document is very much the same. So as you're getting ready to prepare to create your pre-survey visit report, all programs that are have an announced scheduled survey visit, these are the items that you're going to include. The columns there indicate the documents to receive in the PBR listed, and that's they're checked. And then there's another column for the documents to be available on site. So when I'm going to go through these pages, I'm going to share with you where questions come up. And then if you have any questions, please, of course, always ask. So the organizational chart, as you're very much aware, the organizational chart for the nursing education program. As you're very much aware, the Board of Nursing, our chapter 5, 4723-5, it indicates the roles in Rule 4723-10 and Rule 4723-5-11. Excuse me, not the roles. It identifies the titles. So in our chapter, it states that there's a program administrator, there's an associate administrator if one is used, there are faculty, there are teaching assistants, and there are preceptors. So those are the terms that we use, and we also define those too. Now we do know that your employment titles might be different, and that's okay, but for the purposes of the Board of Nursing, those are the titles that are used. So on your organizational chart, we're looking for the lines of reporting, and everyone reports to the program administrator. That includes the faculty and teaching assistants. Now, when you review Rule 19 and 20, remember it's 4723-5, the faculty are supervising and delegating teaching assistants. So those lines of reporting on your program's organizational chart would need to reflect that. All right, and then with this page is locations. If you have other locations, it's very important for you to let all of the students and faculty know that the Board of Nursing is coming to conduct a survey visit and how they could contact us. Now, if you have other locations, those program faculty and teaching assistants are to participate in the meetings that we schedule. Also, with that being said, the program administrator is responsible for all aspects of the program. And if you're using an associate administrator, they are responsible for the location and they are reporting to the program administrator. Each location is to implement the curriculum the same way as the primary program does. Next slide. This is in addition to the previous page for Rule 4723-5-09. This also talks about the program administrator's role, meaning this is evidence that we're looking for, and the program administrator has input into all of these. So we're looking for a description of how faculty and students have involvement into the program, the curriculum planning, policies, program evaluation. And so with that, the mechanism, we are gathering our evidence. We talk to faculty. We are looking at student evaluations that they complete of their instructors. We look to see in your meeting minute notes if students attend. We're reviewing your evaluation plan as well and looking at those meeting minute notes. Next is a copy of the budget. We're looking for, oh, go back to that slide, please, sorry. The budget, we're looking to see for program supplies. And then, of course, we're going into the lab and looking for supplies to making sure that the program has adequate supplies. We do a lot of cross-referencing when we're looking. Then with this, we're also looking for a copy of, in the PBR, copy of the faculty appointment, promotion, tenure, retention. We're looking for the process for evaluations, orientation. If there's a form, this is you're to include this in the pre-survey visit report, and how you verify nursing licensure. So these processes are all required to be put into the PBR. And then on site, you're required to have copies of budgets for the previous years during that approval time. Next slide. This is Rule 4723-5-11. So this is your guideline, and it looks identical to Rule 10, which is for a registered nursing education program. You're to develop two charts. One, it identifies your faculty and teaching assistants. Please use those terms. And then also the second chart would identify preceptors. And what you put on that chart needs to be correct. So if a faculty member, or you're using this person as a faculty, they in a PN program, and they do not have a BSN, they have a diploma. One, that's inaccurate, and you're providing us inaccurate information. And two, this individual, this registered nurse, is not qualified to be a faculty member. So when you're identifying it, please make sure it's accurate. The dates of appointment are accurate. And who, if they are faculty, who are the teaching assistants that are being supervised by each faculty? And then again, their license number, that is very important. And if they're licensed in another state, for instance, if you conduct clinicals in Pennsylvania and they have a Pennsylvania license, and I do know that changes are occurring with the Pennsylvania Board of Nursing with the institution of the compact license. So I don't know if that's a really good state to use. But in the event that it is a state that is not part of the compact state, then that is where you would need to identify the other license that they might have, that they go into that state and practice nursing if, say, they are providing clinical experiences to groups of students. And then as for your preceptor chart, you're identifying similar information, and you're also documenting their license as well. Next slide. All right, Rule 12 has to do with program policies. And some of this information you are going to hear over again. So one, in the PBR, you are required to submit all of these policies. In the event that you do not submit them and you submit links, then the program will be cited for the PVR would be cited for in the report of being late. So it's very important that you provide all of these policies in written form and not a hyperlink or you can reference it in a catalog or per se a handbook, but you have to provide that to us. And it has to be an accurate page number. Sometimes that has happened in the past that programs have provided us. It's on page 40 of our handbook, but when we go there, it's not there. So if that's how you are going to provide that information, remember it has to be written. It cannot send us to a web page. It cannot send us to another document. It has to be submitted. So these are the policies that you're required to have and implement as written. And these are the ones that we review. We review the practice of the program and making sure that they're compliant in implementing their policies as written. Next slide. This is Rule 4723-5-14, and it would be 13 for the RN programs. It identifies everything that you are to include, the program's philosophy, conceptual framework, program objectives, outcomes, the curriculum plan or plans if you have multiple curriculums that are going on at one time. You are required to submit what is called a Form C, and this is a location of curriculum content. Please make sure that this is accurate. Please make sure whatever you fill in the boxes aligns with your curriculum plans. In the event if you have two curriculum plans going on at the same time and you have changed courses, and say for instance, one course you are offering clinicals and in the new curriculum plan you are not, but you fill in a box differently on the location of curriculum, you will need to submit two of these. It has to align with your curriculum. For PN programs, you have to provide in the PVR verification of competency. That's the document that you are maybe checking them off with in the lab. If it's something you sign, it's up to you to determine the document and demonstrate to us that you have it. Also, there are teaching strategies that are to be available on site. Next slide. Rule 15 has to do with your evaluation plan for the program. And then this also is to be submitted. Sorry about that. The written systematic plan of evaluation has to identify all of the rules in chapter 4723-5. So normally it comes in an Excel spreadsheet, a table. Some programs align it with their nursing accreditation bodies. It doesn't matter to us. As long as we can find our Board of Nursing rules in there, it works. So you're submitting this written systematic plan of evaluation. You're providing us a summary. And then when we are there on site, we're looking at the tools that you use. We're looking at evaluations of student and faculty evaluations of the clinical site, and also student evaluations of their faculty and teaching assistants. And we are looking in the meeting minute notes to see that you and your faculty and teaching assistants, and we're now seeing controlling agencies be part of this, and discussion of the rules and the program's evaluation and areas of improvement, or finding new processes that work better. So that is what we are looking for 4723-5-15. Now, Rule 4723-5-17 has to do with your program contractual relations. So with this, in your PVR, we are looking for a chart. Now, if your survey visit goes back to 2021, do not include facilities that you used in 2020, 2019. We're only looking for those facilities that you are using during the entire approval period, not inception of the program. So you're to identify a chart, make up a chart, Excel, Word, it doesn't matter, listing the names of the names of the facilities and the type of agency, what course it's being used for, and when you used it. So the semester to the quarter. And then we take this also and we align it with your clinical schedules that you're required to have. So it's very important that this is accurate. Also, we look to see with the addresses if you're using a different jurisdiction. And if you are using a different jurisdiction, we're following up to ask for the evidence that you've contacted the Board of Nursing or the regulatory body for nursing in that jurisdiction. So we're not having you send the contracts because we'll review those on site. We are asking you to provide us with the list in the PBR. Next slide. Rule 4723-5-19. This is responsibilities for faculty teaching a nursing course. So in the PBR, you're required to submit all current nursing course syllabi. And that means all of them. So every single course that is on your curriculum plan, even per se, say you taught fundamentals in fall, we still need that syllabus because it's part of the current student track or student progression, because we need to have those syllabi for all of the courses. And so we review these syllabi before we come to the survey visit. Actually, we review all of this before we come to the survey visit. So you're required to provide all current nursing syllabi in the PBR. Now, when we're on site, we will look for previous years and previous cohorts, but make sure we have a complete curriculum of syllabi. Also, in the PBR, you're required to provide a sample of the clinical laboratory evaluations for each course. And what that means is the clinical or laboratory evaluation tools, is what programs call them. Rule 4723-5-20. This is responsibilities of faculty, teaching assistants, and preceptors in the clinical setting. So in the PBR, if you use preceptors, and some programs use preceptors, you're required to provide us in the PBR the documentation and the materials that you provide to these preceptors. And then on site, we are looking for your clinical group assignments for the students in the program. And also, we count numbers. So we are counting that for a clinical group, you do not have more than 10 students. And then when we are looking at preceptor assignments, we are looking to make sure that you're not using more than 2 students. Now, this clinical group assignment list, clinical group schedules, this is for the entire approval period. So this is not something to be developing when we get there. This is something that I would think the best practice would be is that you post these for your students. Now, there's various mechanisms of posting, such as the learning management systems that some programs use. And also, some of them post their clinical schedules on a board. So those are completely suffice to show to us. So if there's if the ones that are on the board, you could copy those, or if they're in your learning management system, you can print those down and give those to us that you have available. But the day of the survey visit is not the time to be printing them down or gathering them. Okay, next slide. Rule 21 has to do with program records. Now, in the PBR, we do not have you send program records. However, we do review these documents on site, and they have to be in the room when we get there. So what we have been asking is programs to provide a list of all currently enrolled students and a list of graduate students, and with identifiers such as their admissions date and their projected program completion date, and what term they are in, because we randomly select student records. And then that's when, at the survey visit, those student records that we select, we're looking for the admissions criteria. We are looking for lab and clinical evals as well. And we are also looking for an unofficial transcript so we can view progression and see where the students are in the program. Also, if the student is a re-enrolled student, we're looking at that in this unofficial transcript, and then we're following that trail in the student record. Also, military training. If you give advanced placement for military training, we're following that in the student's record. Also, with grievance and appeals, we're following the trail of that. Did you implement your policy as written? So that is why it's really important to make sure all of this information is accurate. Then for program records, at the survey visit, you're to also have available faculty, all faculty and teaching assistant records, all preceptor records, and all faculty meeting minute notes during the reapproval time. Now, faculty and teaching assistant records are only those individuals or registered nurses, excuse me, that are currently teaching in the program. Now, we do understand that maybe you completed your PVR in the spring. However, we're not coming till the end of summer, and many of those faculty and teaching assistants are not teaching. So we will go through the list with you when we first get there, to verify that all of the faculty and teaching assistants are currently, and those are the only records that we look at. Now, preceptor records, we view the entire approval period. And then also, again, faculty meeting minutes, whatever you said in your bylaws, meaning if you're having a faculty meeting once a month, we are going back through your meeting minute notes, looking for a monthly meeting. And then also we're comparing those meeting minute notes to your evaluation plan. Next slide. Oh, I got ahead of myself. Sorry. One more. Okay. So now the survey visit, I talked about the how it gets scheduled, and I talked about the confirmation, and then I went through the instructions with you. Now I'm going to talk about preparation for the visit and preparation for the survey visit, surveyor's room. So prior to coming, an agenda is provided with the pre-survey visit documents, and we review that, and if there's anything that is conflicting, then we will definitely tell you, and we'll also tell you our arrival time. Exit times are, it just depends on the flow of the survey. Sometimes we could wrap these survey visits up in one day. And that's many factors come into that. Also, it has to do with organization and making sure that the room is all prepped and the items are all in there. But sometimes it takes, the 2 days, and that's fine as well. So in this agenda, you are to provide the 2-day visit. And then, like I said, sometimes it ends up being a 1, but it's communicated to you. And sometimes when programs are larger, we're there 3 or 4 days. It just depends on the many factors that go into play with scheduling. Also, please let us know where we park. And we follow your instructions. It's very important to tell us where to park and where to meet you. And please make sure that it's clearly identified where we park, because we don't want to park somewhere else on campus and not be able to find you. So it's important. And then also, when you're preparing for the visit, we have to be able to have internet connection. So if you need to work with IT, or if you need information from us, please communicate with us to let us know, but we do need to be able to access your internet. Also, during the preparation for the visit, you are gathering all of these documents, and in the next slide, but please stay on this slide, I'm going to talk about prepping the room. Have all of that information in the room. If you're using a learning management system, Canvas, Moodle, any of those are fine, but we have to have access. If you're using a flash drive, if you have all your documents on a flash drive, that's fine as well. So however we're going to review them, it works. So with the survey visit, I discussed it can take 2 days. That normally does. And we talk about the times. Also the meetings. The meetings are, when we first get there, we talk with the program administrator. You can schedule the meetings anytime, what is convenient and works well for the various parties that are part of this. So we meet with a representative of the controlling agency. We meet with faculty and teaching assistants together. And then also we are doing a lab tour. And in this lab tour, we are looking for supplies. So definitely have the keys to open up the cabinets if they're locked. We ask about processes of ordering supplies. We ask about preparation for lab. We ask about open lab. This is where all of these questions come into play. How does the teaching assistant know what to teach in the lab? What does that communication look like? And then do students have to pass competencies? So we're asking all of these questions as we're doing the lab tour. Then if your program uses simulation using mid-modern or high fidelity simulation for PEDS and or OB, we are watching the simulation. So we're not watching the students perform this. We're watching the faculty and teaching assistants because they are required to be trained to administer the simulation. Now you can have IT helping you with the simulation and the technology piece of it, but it's up to the faculty and teaching assistants to make sure that during these simulations, they're teaching course objectives and then tying the lab and clinical objectives into the didactic content for it to all come full circle. So that's very important. One thing I want to talk about also is meetings of faculty and teaching assistants. We have now added an additional meeting to our list, and it's to talk about NCLEX. And this is if your scores are positive or negative, it doesn't matter. So during this meeting, we're talking about NCLEX, your NCLEX scores at your program, what the program is doing. If you've submitted an action plan, we're discussing that. And this is with the program administrator, faculty, and teaching assistants. We do not drive this meeting. You all drive this meeting, and we're taking notes because then we also have that ability to share that with our manager, and also she could share that with the board if she is asked, what is this program doing for NCLEX scores, or even to maintain them. And then the exit of the survey visit. Normally, Lisa and I both do things very consistently. The exit is usually on the first day we do an exit just to tell you where we're at, what we need to do, what tomorrow's going to look like. And then if we're done reviewing a rule, we'll say this is the preliminary finding of this rule. And then on the next day, we will exit. And we exit first with the program administrator. And then if you want to, meaning the program administrator wants to have an additional meeting, we will do an additional meeting with faculty, teaching assistants, administrative personnel, controlling agency. We're sharing those preliminary findings. But again, nothing is new news to you because we're sharing all of this information. Next slide, please. All right, so this slide here it is a tool that you could use to set up the room. And when we come, we're expecting to see these items already in there. Again, it is not the time to be gathering evidence. One, it's not very efficient use of time. And when a program isn't prepared for the survey visit, and they're scheduled pretty far out in advance, it makes the fluidity go very slow, especially when we have to ask for everything. So this is a great tool for you all to use when you are setting up your room as a checklist. Put a big X on it. You know, you've tackled that one on your list. So with this, I do want to share with you that the records for program administrators, the only thing different for records from faculty and teaching assistants is this one for the program administrator, it's an official transcript because the controlling agency is sending the Board of Nursing an attestation letter that they are testing that the program administrator meets the qualifications, and the program administrator has provided the controlling agency with official transcripts. So that's really important. Then again, all currently appointed faculty and teaching assistant records, and if you use an associate administrator, that needs to be included. All preceptor records from the last visit, a list of currently enrolled students, and we ask for that ahead of time, and a list of completers, we ask for that ahead of time. Contracts, curriculum plans, all syllabi, clinical schedules, meeting minute notes, the evaluation plan of the program, and handbooks. Next slide. So this is newer to this presentation, and I thought it would be very helpful because we get a lot of questions about verifying licensure. And so I stepped this out for you, and now I'm going to explain it. So when you're verifying a registered nurse's or a licensed practical nurse, if you use that as a preceptor in a PM program, you're going to go to the Board of Nursing's website. You're going to scroll to the bottom, and it will say look up a license. You're going to click on verify an Ohio license, and that slide. And I'm going to go through, I'm just walking you through the steps because I have slides to back this up. You're going to click on either an Ohio license to verify or an out-of-state license like Lisa had shown you in a previous slide. And then you're going to type the name of the nurse in the boxes. Please make sure you're typing in the right information. Make sure that it's the legal name. Make sure that you have the right middle name. I don't think that there's two Christiols out there, but actually I'm wrong. I found one in New York. So make sure you have the right middle name. Next slide. All right, so here is the slide where it's verifying licensure. Okay, and you see where the arrow points, look up a licensure. So you'd click there. Next slide. Then you would identify if you're going to pull up an Ohio license or an out-of-state license. And the out-of-state license would take you to nurses. Next slide. Here's the boxes you will type in. Self-explanatory. And then this, so for instance, if you typed in Christiols, so my name would be in the black box. My license number would be in the second black box. And registered nurse, it states I would have a current or an active license. Do I have board action? No. And if I have a multi-state license, okay? And then you would click on my license number to move to the next screen. So when you move to the next screen, it will say printer friendly version, and this is what would populate. Now, if you look at all of the arrows, the first arrow on the top, it identifies the date and time that this license was pulled. That's what we look at for appointment verifications and renewal verifications. It's important to look at the license number, if it's active, if it's lapsed, or if it's suspended, if it's a single state or if it's a multi-state. And again, if it's an Ohio resident, it would say multi-state. If it's somebody from a different state who has a multi-state, you would be using nurses. It will also say the expiration date that you're looking at because you want to know when their license was issued, effect, because that also gives you an idea if that's a parameter you're using to hire, to use as preceptors. And then also the current licensure period. This would be from 23 to 25. And then also is there board action. And then also on the bottom of this, this lookup has the date and time as well. Next slide. Now this is the same thing, except this is a multi-state license, and that third arrow on the right side identifies multi-state license. Next slide. Now, this comes up quite frequently. And so when you pull a nurse's license who has board action, pulling the license itself is not the end all be all, because we are going to ask you for the further documentation that goes with it. So this slide would demonstrate the list of names after you type in the name and say there's 6 Julie Smiths. So this one, it identifies the name and then the license number. And then see how it says inactive and suspended, whereas the previous one said active. And then it has under board action, it says yes. Do not leave it here. Continue on. You would click the yes. Then this box pops up. Then it says view. Don't end it here. You would click view and hit OK. Then it takes you to Nurses, and that's the website. And then this is what it would look like, just so you're very familiar with this. Then the bottom of this screen, you have to click I agree. And then it will carry you to the next screen. You're going to type in that nurse's name, and then you're going to go ahead and click again. And then what's going to happen is it's going to populate maybe a consent agreement, whatever board. It's going to populate documents. So you are going to want to download the report. Go ahead and click that. And then you're going to want to view the report. Now, there's 3 buttons here that you could click on. The best bet is to click on the middle one, because you get the full report with all of the documents. And you're going to want to click on download. Now that will download to your computer, print it out, review it. And I'm Lisa and myself, we're going to ask for this document. If you have a nurse who's faculty or teaching assistant or preceptor who maybe had a previous consent agreement. Go ahead and next slide. So that is important to have all of those documents for a nurse that has had a board action with their license. It's not the time to be looking it up. And sometimes that does happen, and it's with preceptor records. And a preceptor was used and they have board action and they weren't released from the consent agreement. And in that document, in that consent agreement, it states that they are not to be supervising nursing practice. So they're not to be supervising and engaging, supervising nursing practice. That's what it states. And so please make sure you review those. Remember, the yes is not the end all be all. All right, so the survey visit. So we're at the end of the survey visit. We have reviewed all of the documents. And so your question is, what happens now? So post-survey visit, what happens is we've already given our preliminary findings. We go back to our office and we go through the whole process again. There might be something additional we need. The survey visit isn't complete until we have everything we need. And then Lisa and myself will draft what is called a survey visit report. This report will be sent to the program administrator. If there are findings, the program administrator can respond, and that response is given to our board, our nursing board. Now, in this survey visit report, if all the rules are met, That's what it will state. And it will also identify a board meeting. And then if rules are unmet, it will still identify the board meeting, and it will also identify the date of which a survey visit report response is due. Now, I know that Lisa had discussed the board's approval process, meaning full approval, provisional approval, and she also shared what conditional approval means. Next slide. So, submission of information. How do you get your pre-survey visit reports to us? Remember, it's all submitted via the drop method. However, there are a few things that are not submitted via the drop method. So the drop method, and there are instructions, that's the pre-survey visit report, curriculum revisions, letter of intents, and proposal. And the reason being, those documents are very large. Items not to submit via the drop method are progress reports and also notification or changes of program administrator appointment. Next slide. So this is the board's website. This is also a snapshot or screenshot of where you could find the survey visit materials and how to access them. Now, again, we do send them, but if you wanted to start preparing and you want to see what it is, maybe to organize your program, this is a great way to do it and also tied into your evaluation plan. Next slide. Can you go back just 1 second, please? I'm sorry. The second one down under this, it talks about instructions to drop files electronically. So that's where that's located. I just wanted to point that out. Next slide. All right, so here's the instructions. It's very easy to do. The website that you have to go to drop is identified here. And so it will walk you through, and I'm going to show you what it looks like next. But these are the instructions, and it's worked out fantastic. We don't accept pre-survey visit reports in hard copy format anymore. That's been a while now. So again, this has been very successful. Next slide. So this is what it looks like. You don't have to log in. You would click on drop off, and then it will prompt you through to upload files. You're just uploading the files. Next slide. Oh, go forward, please. There we go. Forward. Next slide. All right, so this is the education program annual report. I'm going to talk about that briefly. It's coming near to submit. The reporting period for this year is July 1st of 2023 to June 30th of 2024. So the program, next slide, please. So here's the dates. So the program's data that will be reported in this annual report are from those timelines. If you are making changes in the future, don't include them. If it's after June 30th, it's when those changes are implemented. So for instance, if you had a curriculum revision during, say, in November of 2023, you are reporting that. If you've made changes to your curriculum, you are reporting that. So it's what you have done during this time frame. It's due July 31st, 2024. And the links will be sent to the program. Now, if you have 2 programs, you're required to submit 2 annual reports. And best practice is to print down all of the questions in a hard copy format, fill out all that data. Remember, we are linked with NCSBN with the annual report, so you'll be submitting it via a SurveyMonkey, all that data into the survey, and then you'll be providing the Ohio Board of Nursing your curriculum plans. You'll be providing your data charts, and also if you're required to submit action plans because of NCLEX scores, you'll be submitting that too. Next slide. Reports to the board. So there are different types of reports to submit. Mainly, it's a progress report. There are 2 different types, a conditional progress report versus a progress report. report. A conditional progress report, there is a template, and it's only for brand new programs that are conditionally approved. It's submitted by the program administrator, and it's submitted to the education email address. Progress reports can be asked at any time of a program, and we are developing a template to use. Also, with NCLEX scores, programs are now coming to the board at the board's request, and they are also sharing information about their programs to the board about NCLEX passage, specific data, demographics. And again, that is in transition right now, but those progress reports, the dates are identified. You would know that in your approval letter. And then we, as education regulatory surveyors, we review those as well. We're reviewing for program compliance. Next slide. NCLEX rate, I am going to just briefly touch on this because Lisa Emmerich had shared all that great information about our NCLEX scores in Ohio and covered that. For 2023, 95% of first-time test takers within 6 months of program completion for RN programs was 84.13%, and for PN programs, it was 82.34%. All right, now I'm going to turn the meeting over to Chantel Warren, who is going to talk about NCSBN NCLEX reports, and then I will receive the presentation back to wrap up a few things and then answer any questions.
All right, hello, my name is Chantel Warren, and I will be discussing how to submit discrepancies found in your program's NCLEX reports to ensure the most accurate information is available to the public. The program administrator will receive the program's NCLEX report via email following the end of each quarter of the year. Your program's quarterly NCLEX report will look like this. Let's take a closer look at the candidate details chart at the bottom of the report. This chart contains information that you need to review. On this current chart, are you able to spot any missing information? What about any information that just doesn't seem right? Okay, so I see here we have a missing graduation date and a graduation date that also looks more like a birth date. And lastly, who is Regina George? She didn't even go here. So far, we have identified 3 discrepancies to your NCLEX report, but as you continue to compare your report to the list of students that recently completed your program that are now licensed, you realize Jack Peterson is not on your report. Let's take a look at how to submit these discrepancies for correction. This chart is the format that you need to submit discrepancies. It is available in the body of the email that contained your NCLEX report on a quarterly basis. The first column, Olivia Benson, she was an individual that had the correction to the graduation date that looked more like a birth date. The second individual, Rachel Green, her graduation date was omitted. In the next 2 columns, you will provide the incorrect and the correct information in these columns that I am currently circulating, which I believe you can see on your screens. Lastly, if a student applied for licensure in another state, go forward. That state needs to utilize a transcript for how the information is verified. In Ohio, we utilize the program completion letter. Please note that those dates may be different, and if the student submitted for application for licensure in another state, the date on the transcript might be after the date of completion, and we cannot make that correction. Let's do a final review. As soon as you receive your NCLEX quarterly report, please review it at your earliest convenience. Double check that the information you are submitting is verifiable on the student's program completion letter or transcript. Submit the discrepancies in the chart that is provided via email. A week or two later, NCLEX reports are published on the OBN website and available to the public. If you have any questions or need further assistance, you may reach me at the education unit email address or personally at chantel.warren@nursing.ohio.gov. If you would like me to submit the chart to you personally so it's easier for your program to complete, please let me know. I can submit that to you in a Word document for you to complete. And I'm going to turn it back over to Christy Oles.
Great, thank you. So my next part of my slides, the slides include communication and resources. So if you need to contact the Board of Nursing, I'm going to walk you through. However, you also have the avenues of the education email address, which is our preferred contact method via email. And then also you have my email that was provided. You have Lisa Hashemian's and also Chantel Warren's. So for Lisa's programs, of course, that too, if an email would come in through education, it would be diverted to Lisa, and the same as mine as well. So here on this slide, it's communication and resources. You would click on contact the board, and then also at the bottom, you can subscribe to e-news, and then that's when, and I know I get it to my Gmail account, my personal email, because I always like to stay informed that way too. So if you put your email address in, you get notifications. And also, just so you know, on the front page of our board's website, it identifies everything that is current and what is going on. So you might want to pop in and check out to see, what is being announced, what is being shared. Also under contact us, or contact, it talks about the board members, meaning talks about it, lists them, and identifies the board members. So you can utilize that as well. And then there's emails as well. Next slide. All right, advisory groups. The Board of Nursing has advisory groups, and they're currently authorized by law. The one that's particular to education is the Advisory Group on Nursing Education. Next slide. And how you locate that is underneath About Us. And I apologize. The board members are under this tab, not Contact Us. That was my error. That was an old thinking of the old website, so I apologize. So when you're looking for the advisory groups, you can click on About Us, and then you would see it come up. And next slide. And the tabs on the left side of the screen, you would click that where it says advisory groups and committees, and then you would click on advisory group for nursing education. And it also identifies other ones if you wanted to see those as well. So the advisory group on nursing education is individuals who are appointed for a 2-year term. Those appointments are 2 years, and they expire different throughout the year. I shouldn't say that. They expire at the end of the term, and there is an appointment process to that. And you could look on our board's website for dates. And so their role is to discuss issues related to nursing education. They're currently talking about law and rule, and we've done a lot of talking about NCLEX. And so they provide comment and review on the proposed revisions of statutes, rules pertaining to nursing education, and a lot of great discussion. And normally that's about 3 to 4 times a year is when they meet. Okay, next slide. All right, and here is our contact information. If you want to email us at the education unit for questions. And then Lisa Hashimian is going to join me for some questions. We have just a few questions, and then there's some other questions that I'd like to share. So Lisa, do you want to start off?
Yeah, we'll go through some questions we received. I can read the questions, Christy, too. So we have a little technical difficulties on my end. You want to start at the bottom. Someone's asking for the preceptor qualification form. They can't find it on the website. We'll forward that to you. There's another question about the preceptor qualification form. Again, just email us and we will send you the most current form. And no, you're not required to use it, but it does have all the requirements for the rule in there. And then I'll look at this one. There's a few questions in this one. Can you address observation experiences? So observations defined in Rule 1, it means there is no nursing care provided. Can a PDF file from nursing, and observation experiences do not count as lab or clinical.
Or theory.
Or theory, you're right. Can a PDF file from NERCI substitute for hard copies of faculty license as proof of licensure? The PDF does include a timestamp. So if there is, you can use NERCI's, and we are looking for that timestamp to see when you pulled the verification to make sure it was done at the time of hire or during the renewal period. If a student spends only 4 to 8 hours with a preceptor in a clinical experience, would the preceptor have to evaluate the students with such a short period of time? Yes, it is still part of the clinical experience, and it could just be like a 1-page SU short. They just need to have some input into the student's performance. Can faculty mandate additional lab practice hours outside of scheduled lab hours without including the hours in the calculation of lab hours on the curriculum plan? If they're mandated, they should be included in part of the course. Now, if they're open lab hours and it's up to the students, if they want to take advantage to go in and practice skills, they don't need to be counted. But if they are required, they need to be accounted for in the course. If students take tests in a testing center outside of scheduled theory time, is testing hours included in the theory hour calculation for the curriculum program? Christy, I'm going to leave that one to you to answer because you're a little more familiar with the online environment. So for testing time, I would assume that's included into the theory hours, even if it's taken in like in a testing center.
Well, this question I think needs to be maybe answered specifically at a program level, because I don't know if it's based on a disability, a learning disability, and accommodations. So, but just answering it generically, yes, evaluations occur during those hours that are stated on the curriculum plan. So evaluations, and it's cited in rule as well, that with the program time frame, that evaluation time is included. So again, I don't know with the testing center as part of this question, if it's has to do with something else. So we could definitely inquire more information about this question to be able to answer it.
Okay. Yep.
And next question is, do records need to be electronic, hard copy, or both? It doesn't matter to us. However you want to provide your records is how we will review them. We're really easy. when it comes to looking at records. But I want to say, because I did not say it earlier, if you use a special platform for admission records or records that we would have to have orientation to, we are not being oriented. We will need somebody to drive that database, that system. So if you house like your admissions policy criteria, such as maybe a high school transcript, an application, you're going to have somebody drive us through that, meaning sitting down with us and demonstrate that the program has those records in that system. If electronic copy has faculty meeting minutes with attachments, do all attachments also need to be included with the hard copy? We are looking at the documented minutes. So if in your minutes it says see attachment B, I guess we sometimes look at it, but we're really looking at the discussion of and also the input of faculty and teaching assistants and students, and we're looking at verbiage with your evaluation plan and discussion about the curriculum, having input into policies. We're looking at the words that would demonstrate that type of evidence. Now, in the event, say, you talk about in your meeting minute notes and also in your evaluation plan that you're moving from maybe HESI to ATI or something like that, and there's some type of cross grid that you all developed and you use that as an attachment. Well, yes, we would like to see that. So I guess it's just it is individual.
Okay, here's another question. What happened to the NCLEX requirement rule 95% of the national average for test takers within 6 months of graduation or its completion of the program? I think this person's asking about that within 6 months of completion of the program when we're looking at NCLEX pass rates. That is still the current rule. Chapter 5 is up for discussion for rule revisions, including for NCLEX pass rates. One of the discussion pieces is whether we should be just looking for all first-time test takers or keep the rule first-time test takers within 6 months of completion of the program. Again, that's still up for discussion. There's been no final decision made on that. I will say, if you're a nurse licensed in Ohio, there was an email that went out a couple months ago, I think, from that the Board of Nursing sent to all license holders, stakeholders about upcoming rule revisions, and the proposed revisions for Chapter 5 was in that. It's listed at the bottom, I think. So if you go back in your email and look at it, you can click on it, look at the proposed revisions, and it also discusses the rulemaking process, but those rules are not finalized. They still are in discussion at this point.
Yes, and just to reiterate what Lisa said, the rule has not changed. Next question is, what title should be given to a guest lecture in a course? Guest speaker is a great idea. They cannot be listed as a teaching assistant because unless they're employed by the program. So remember, faculty and teaching assistants are employed by the program. Whereas if you have, say, maybe a pharmacist come in and discuss some items, then they would be a guest speaker. With this, remember the faculty is responsible for the course. Nursing objectives need to be taught by nurses.
Yeah, and I would add, Chrissy, I was just thinking of the pharmacist. I think that's the most common place we see them. You might have a pharmacist come in and give a lecture as part of your pharmacology course. No, yeah, they are not faculty. They are not a teaching assistant because they are not a nurse. And you may have a guest speaker come in from a hospital or something like that and talk to your students in a course. If you need Rule 19 requires that you provide that information to students, including their name, their degrees, how their qualifications relate to the course content. If you don't have that information at the beginning of the course when you provide the syllabus to the students, you can always give them a supplement to the syllabus at the time the guest speaker's there or before the guest speaker arrives.
Right, I just have a few more questions over here. Can we change the hours on the curriculum plan for existing students? Rule 4723-5-12B prohibits that. Now you can change the hours with a newly admitted cohort of students. Second question is, can I require students to complete the program and we have built-in makeup hours in the last week of the semester? If the program does not cancel clinicals or the student does not need a makeup clinical, can I require the students to go to clinicals? And this is very similar to the question that Lisa had already answered. The curriculum plan is provided to the students at the time of admission. Those are the required hours that the students are to complete for theory lab and clinical, and changes with progression are prohibited. So no, you cannot require students any more or any less hours. And then the last question I have here is, are PN programs required to have individual IV courses? No, the IV intravenous therapy content can be included in courses, and also this required supervised clinical can be interwoven in courses as well. So you don't need a standalone course. Lisa, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I do. And that's true for, I would say, for any required content in Rule 13 or 14. You can either have it as separate courses or integrated within courses. I've had a couple questions in the last 2 days actually regarding the annual report that program administrators were concerned they've missed the link and they thought that the due date was June 30th. Actually, the links have not been sent out yet. I don't believe. I expect them to be sent out in the next week or so, if not sooner. And the due date will be July 31st, not June 30th for the annual report. And that's all I have.
I think that then this there isn't any more questions in the education email. So this would conclude our workshop. I want to thank all of you for attending and taking time out of your day. I hope that you found this information resourceful, and also knowing the vehicles that you can communicate with us if needed. And the email addresses, and we'll be glad to answer any questions. And I also want to thank all of the speakers that participated in our workshop to make it a great, successful opportunity to get all of this information out to you all. So thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.